Witamy na pokładzie 9. Międzynarodowego Kongresu Morskiego.
Of the 9th Maritime Congress.
Нове покоління, ми нове покоління, чисті руки, чисте сумління. Ми, українці, нам є чим пишатись. Те, що посіємо, будемо жати. На полотні, що предками виткане, виш'ємо долю новими нитками. Ліс зеленіє на місці руїни. Ми президенти своєї країни. Czyste sumienie, my Ukraińcy dumnym narodem i nasze życie jest tego dowodem. Na płótnie przez naszych przodków wytkanym stworzymy los nowymi nitkami. Las się zieleni na miejscu ruiny, my gospodarzem swojej krainy.
Once upon a time, not so long ago.
Daddy used to work on the docks. Union's been on strike. He's down on his lucky stuff. So tough. Gina whips around in their way. When she cries in the night, Tommy whispers, baby, it's okay. Someday we gotta hold on to what we've got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We've got each other, and that's a lot for love. We'll give it a shot.
Living on a prayer, take my hand.
he's got his 6-string knock. Now he's holding in what he used to make it dark so tough. Stop. Gina dreams of riding away. When she cries in the night, Tommy whispers, baby, it's okay. Someday we gotta hold on to what we've got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We've got each other, and that's a lot for love. We'll give it a shot.
Szanowni Państwo, występ chóru Akademii
Ladies and
Morskiej w
gentlemen,
Szczecinie w ten niezwykły sposób
Maritime
rozpoczął
University's
9.
choir
Międzynarodowy
started
Kongres
our 9th
Morski w Szczecinie.
Maritime
Dyrygowała
Congress
Sylwia
in
Fabiańczyk-Makuch.
Szczecin. Sylwia Fabiańczyk-Makuch at the baton.
Usłyszeliśmy dwa utwory,
We
hymn młodych
listened to
Ukrainy,
pieces of
dziś bardzo
music,
wiele
the
odniesień będzie
hymn
miało
of the
dotyczyć wojny na
young
Ukrainie,
Ukrainians.
a także
A lot is going on there and living on a
podniesienia
prayer,
atmosfery i sprawdzenia, w
just
jakiej
to
Państwo jesteście
lift
kondycji,
our
żeby
spirits up
móc
and check
świętować,
your
dyskutować,
condition,
omawiać ważne
whether
tematy
you're
podczas
ready
9.
to
Międzynarodowego Kongresu Morskiego.
enjoy
Jeszcze brawa
and
dla
discuss
chóru Akademii Morskiej
important
w Szczecinie.
topics of the Maritime Congress. A round of applause for the choir.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Ja nazywam się Piotr Tolko.
My
Będę
name is
miał
Piotr
zaszczyt i
Tolko. It will be my honor and
prowadzić
pleasure
to
to
wydarzenie.
moderate
Szanowni
this
Państwo, w
event
imieniu
on behalf of the organizers
9.
of the
Międzynarodowego
9th
Kongresu
International
Morskiego w
Maritime
Szczecinie.
Congress
Bardzo
in
wszystkich
Szczecin.
Państwa witam
I'd like to
naszych
welcome all of you.
honorowych
I'd like to
gości,
welcome
uczestników
our guests
naszych
of honor,
debat, spotkań.
attendees of our
Witam
debates
wszystkich
and
Państwa
meetings.
podczas tego
I'd like to
święta
welcome
morza
all of you,
w stolicy
ladies and gentlemen,
Pomorza
during the
Zachodniego.
festivity
W
of the
szczególności
sea
witam bardzo
in the
serdecznie
capital of
pana
Western
ministra
Pomerania.
Marka
Let me
Grubarczyka,
welcome
sekretarza
Minister
stanu w
Marek
Ministerstwie
Grubarczyk, the
Infrastruktury,
Secretary of State in the Ministry of Infrastructure.
pełnomocnika rządu do spraw
Plenipotentiary of the
gospodarki wodną
government
oraz
for
inwestycji
water
w
management
gospodarce
and
morskiej
investment
i
in
wodnej.
the
Witam
maritime
pana
economy.
ministra
Let me welcome Minister Bartosz Baraszczuk, the head of the fiscal administration in the country.
Witam szanownych
Let
posłów
me
na
welcome
Sejm
members of the
Rzeczypospolitej
Polish
Polskiej, pana
Parliament,
Artura Szałabawkę
Artur
i
Szałabawka
pana Leszka Dobrzyńskiego.
and Leszek Dobrzyński.
Witam bardzo serdecznie
Let me
wojewodę
cordially
Zachodniego
welcome
Pomorskiego,
the
pana
governor
Zbigniewa
of the
Boguckiego.
province, Zbigniew Bogucki.
Witam bardzo serdecznie
Let me
ojca
welcome
Edwarda Pracza,
his
kapelana
referent
Ludzi Morza.
Albert Pracz, the chaplain of the
Witam bardzo serdecznie panią
seafarers.
Małgorzatę
Let me welcome Ms.
Buszyńską,
Małgorzata Buszyńska,
Rzeczypospolitej
a
Polskiej
representative of
przy
the Republic
Międzynarodowej
of Poland
Organizacji
at
Morskiej w
the
Londynie.
International Maritime Organization based in London.
Witam bardzo
Let
serdecznie
me
pana
cordially
kapitana
welcome
żeglugi wielkiej Ireneusza
Captain
Lewandowskiego,
Ireneusz
ambasadora
Lewandowski,
dobrej
the
woli
ambassador of
Międzynarodowej
goodwill
Organizacji
in the
Morskiej.
International Maritime Organization.
Jest mi szczególnie miło powitać
It is
pana
my
Henryka
pleasure to welcome
Kołodzieja,
Henryk
konsula
Kołodziej,
honorowego
the Honorary
Ukrainy w
Consul
Szczecinie.
of Ukraine in Szczecin.
a także przedstawicieli
and
ambasady
representatives
Rzeczypospolitej
of the
Polskiej w
Embassy of the
Bratysławie
Republic of
wraz
Poland
z delegacją
to
Stowarzyszenia
Bratislava,
Przemysłu Gazowniczego
together with the
i Naftowego
delegation of the
Republiki Słowacji oraz
Association
Stowarzyszenia
of Gas and Oil
Logistyczno-Spedycyjnego Republiki
Companies
Słowackiej. Witamy.
and the Forwarding Association of the Slovak
Witam także
Republic. Let me
przedstawicieli władz
welcome representatives
samorządowych,
of the local
prezydentów
government,
miast.
mayors
Jest
of
z nami
cities.
pan
We have with us
prezydent Janusz
the mayor
Murkiewicz.
of Świnoujście, Mr. Janusz Murkiewicz.
Jest. Witam wszystkich
Let me
samorządowców
welcome
szczebla
local
powiatowego,
government
gminnego,
representatives
burmistrzów, wójtów,
at the
także
level of
przedstawicieli
communes
rad
and
miejskich,
counties,
powiatowych.
representatives of local councils.
Witam bardzo serdecznie
Let me
przedstawicieli
cordially welcome
administracji
representatives
morskiej,
of
pana
the
Wojciecha
Maritime
Zdanowicza,
Administration,
dyrektora Urzędu
Wojciech
Morskiego w
Zdanowicz, the
Szczecinie,
director of the Maritime Office Szczecin,
pana Wiesława
Wiesław
Piotrkowskiego, dyrektora Urzędu
Pieczkowski, the
Morskiego w
director
Gdyni.
of the Maritime Office Gdynia.
Witam bardzo
Let
serdecznie
me
pana
cordially
doktora
welcome
inżyniera
Dr.
Krzysztofa Kobzana,
Engineer
kierownika Ośrodka do Spraw
Mr. Kobzan, the
Międzynarodowej
director
Organizacji
of the
Morskiej
Center
IMO,
for
przewodniczącego
IMO,
sekcji
the
polskiej
head of the
Komitetu
Polish
Ochrony
section
Środowiska
of the
Morskiego
Environmental
IMO, Polski
Marine
rejestrator
Environment
USA.
Protection Committee.
Witam bardzo serdecznie
Let me
pana Bogdana
welcome
Ołdakowskiego,
Bogdan
sekretarza
Ołdakowski, the
generalnego
Secretary
Organizacji
General
Portów Bałtyckich.
of the Organization of Baltic Ports.
Witam bardzo serdecznie
Let me
przedstawicieli
welcome
środowisk naukowych.
representatives
Pana profesora,
of
doktora
scientists,
habilitowanego
Professor
inżyniera kapitana żeglugi wielkiej
Dr.
Wojciecha Ślączkę,
Captain
rektora
Wojciech
Akademii
Ślączka,
Morskiej w Szczecinie.
director of the Maritime University in Szczecin.
Witam bardzo serdecznie
Let me
pana profesora,
welcome
doktora
Professor
habilitowanego
Dr.
inżyniera
Habilitated
kapitana żeglugi
Engineer
wielkiej
and
Adama
Captain
Wentrita, rektora Uniwersytetu
Mr.
Morskiego w
Wejtrich,
Gdyni.
the director of the Marine University
Witam bardzo
in
serdecznie
Gdynia.
pana profesora,
Let me
doktora
welcome
habilitowanego inżyniera Krzysztofa Wildego,
Professor
rektora
Krzysztof Wilde,
Politechniki
the
Gdańsk.
rector of the University of Technology in Gdańsk.
Witam bardzo serdecznie pana
Let me
profesora,
welcome
doktora habilitowanego inżyniera Jacka Wróbla,
Professor
rektora
Jacek Wróbel,
Zachodopomorskiego
director of
Uniwersytetu
the
Technologicznego.
West Pomeranian University of Technology.
Witam bardzo
Let
serdecznie
me
panią
welcome
profesor, doktor
Professor
habilitowaną Danutę Zawadzką,
Danuta
rektora
Zawadzka,
Politechniki
the
Koszalińskiej.
rector of the University of Technology in Koszalin.
Bardzo serdecznie
Let
witam
me
pana
welcome
profesora, doktora
Professor
habilitowanego inżyniera kapitana Janusza Uriasza,
Janusz Uriasz,
rektora do spraw
the
innowacji
Deputy
i
Rector
rozwoju
for
Akademii
Innovation
Morskiej
and
w Szczecinie.
Development of the Maritime University in Szczecin.
Witam bardzo serdecznie
Let me
pana doktora
welcome
Meszala
Dr. Meszal Almoti,
dyrektora generalnego
the
Departamentu
Director
Studiów
General
Transportowych i Gospodarki
of the Institute of
Królestwa
Studies
Arabii
of
Saudyjskiej.
the Saudi Arabia.
Witam łączących
Let
się
me
z nami
welcome
dziś online pana
our online
Aleksandra Gołodzińskiego, prezesa Zarządu
Aleksander
Portów
Gołodziński,
Ukraińskich.
the
Witamy.
Ukrainian Seaports
Za chwilę
Authority
pewnie
CEO,
ujrzymy. A także pana Richarda
and
Ballantyne, prezesa
Richard
Stowarzyszenia Portów
Ballantyne,
Brytyjskich.
the head of the British Ports Association.
Wiem, że jest z nami na sali
I know that
pan
we have with
Denis
us
Jules Pedersen, dyrektor
Dennis Jules
zarządzający
Pedersen, the
duńskiego
director,
portu w Esbjerg.
managing director of the port of Esbjerg, Denmark.
Witam prezesów
Let
portów
me
morskich
welcome
wraz z
CEOs of
zarządami,
Maritime
pana
Ports,
Łukasza Greinkę, prezesa Zarządu
Łukasz
Morskiego Portu
Greinke
Gdańsk.
from Gdańsk,
Pana Krzysztofa Urbasia, prezesa
Krzysztof
Zarządu Morskich
Urbacz, the
Portów Szczecin
CEO
Świnoujście.
of the Szczecin and Świnoujście Seaports Authority.
Pana Macieja Bąka
Maciej
oraz pana
Bąk
Kazimierza
and
Korolewskiego,
Kazimierz Korolewski,
wiceprezesów Zarządu
deputy
Morskiego Portu
CEOs
Gdynia. Witam.
of the Gdynia Seaport.
Pana Andrzeja Łuca,
Andrzej
prezesa
Łuc,
Zarządu Morskiego Portu Police.
the CEO of the Maritime Port of Police.
Bardzo serdecznie witam na
Let me
9.
welcome
Międzynarodowym
during the
Kongresie
9th
Morskim pana
Maritime
Przemysława Dacę,
Congress,
prezesa Państwowego
Przemysław Daca,
Gospodarstwa
the
Wodnego Wody
representative
Polskie.
of
Witamy.
Polish Waters,
I wiceprezesa
and
pana
the deputy
Krzysztofa
CEO
Wosia.
Krzysztof
Dzień
Woś.
dobry. Witam pana Marka
Let me
Duklanowskiego,
welcome
dyrektora
Marek
Regionalnego
Duklanowski,
Zarządu
the
Gospodarki
director of the Regional
Wodnej w
Board of
Szczecinie.
Water Management in Szczecin.
Witam bardzo serdecznie pana
Let me
Pawła
welcome
Mirowskiego,
Paweł
zastępcę
Mirowski, the
prezesa
deputy
Zarządu
CEO
Narodowego Funduszu Ochrony
of the
Środowiska i
National
Gospodarki
Environmental
Wodnej.
Fund and Water Management.
Witam prezesów
Let me
spółek
welcome
wraz z
CEOs of
zarządami, w tym
companies and
szczególności
representatives
panią
of
Dorotę
boards.
Arciszewską-Mielewczyk,
Dorota
prezes
Arciszewska-Mielewczyk,
Polskich Linii Oceanicznych.
the CEO of the Polish Ocean Lines.
Panią Monikę Kozakiewicz,
Monika
pełniącą
Kozakiewicz,
obowiązki prezesa Stoczni
acting
Remontowej Nauta.
president of the Nauta Shipyard.
Pana Andrzeja Madejskiego,
Andrzej
prezesa Polskiej
Madejski, the
Żeglugi
CEO
Bałtyckiej.
of the Polish Baltic Shipping.
Pana Henryka Śniegockiego,
Henryk
prezesa
Śniegocki,
Polskiego Rejestru Statków.
the CEO of the Polish Ship Register.
Pana Marka Opowicza,
Marek
prezesa Stoczni
Opowicz, the
Szczeciński Wólkan.
president of the Vulcan Szczecin Shipyard.
Pana Krzysztofa
Krzysztof Zaremba, the CEO of the Marine Research Shipyard Gryfia, and Małgorzata Jacynawicz from the supervisory board of the same company.
Witam bardzo serdecznie
Let me
pana
welcome
Andrzeja Zelka,
Andrzej
prezesa
Zelek,
Polskiego
the
PCS.
CEO of PCS.
Serdecznie witam
Let me
pana Jarosława
welcome
Kotarskiego,
Jarosław
dyrektora
Kotarski,
Unity
the
Line.
director of Unity Line.
Dzień dobry. Pana Jacka Wiśniewskiego,
Jacek
dyrektora
Wiśniewski, the
Euroafriki.
director of Euroafrica.
Pana Andrzeja Wróblewskiego,
Andrzej
dyrektora
Wróblewski,
Polskiej
the
Żeglugi
director
Morskiej.
of the Polish Sea Shipping.
Pana Macieja Łępickiego,
Maciej
dyrektora
Łępicki,
generalnego
the
Chipolbrok Shanghai.
general director,
A także pana Jarosława
and
Czarneckiego,
Jarosław
dyrektora
Czarnecki,
oddziału
the
Gdyni
director
Chipolbrok,
of the
Chińsko-Polskie
Chipolbrok
Towarzystwo Okrętowe SA.
Shipping
Witam bardzo serdecznie pana Jana
Society
Stasiaka,
SA.
przewodniczącego Rady
Jacek
Interesantów
Stasiak,
Portu
the
Szczecin.
representative of the Stakeholder Council for the
Bardzo
Port of
serdecznie
Szczecin.
witam wszystkich państwa.
I'd like to
przybyłych na
welcome all of
dzisiejsze
you,
wydarzenie.
all the attendees
Szanowni państwo,
of the Congress. A round of applause, please.
Czas przedstawić
It's
partnerów,
time to
którzy
introduce
przystali
our partners
tegoroczny
supporting
dziewiąty
our
Międzynarodowy
9th
Kongres
International
Morski w Szczecinie.
Maritime
Baton
Congress,
honorowy
the
i
honorary
merytoryczny.
patron and the
Ministerstwo
merit-based patron,
Infrastruktury.
the Ministry of Infrastructure.
Patron regionalny,
The regional patron,
wojewoda zachodniopomorski.
the governor of Western Pomerania,
Organizator, Klaster Morski, Fundacja
the
Kongres
organizer,
Morski.
cluster, maritime cluster, and the
Współorganizator,
Maritime Congress
Ministerstwo
Foundation.
Infrastruktury,
The
Zarząd Morskich
co-organizer, the
Portów
Minister
Szczecin,
of
Świnoujście.
Infrastructure, and the Szczecin Świnoujście Seaports Authority.
Partner strategiczny PKO,
Strategic
PKO
partner
Polski,
PKO
Wojewódzki Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i
Orlen
Gospodarki
and
Wodnej, który
PKO
jest także
Bank,
partnerem
Polish Bank,
ekologicznym naszego
and
wydarzenia.
the National Environmental Fund, who is also an ecological partner
Są
of our
również z nami partnerzy
event.
główni.
We also have main partners with us.
Brawa.
Round of
Dziękujemy.
applause for them.
Partnerzy gospodarczy,
Economic partners,
partnerzy oficjalni,
official partners.
tutaj dłuższe brawa,
A bit longer round of applause, please.
partnerzy,
And our partners,
nasi patroni i partnerzy
our
medialni.
patrons and media, and our media patrons and partners.
Szanowni Państwo, list do Państwa, do uczestników Międzynarodowego
A
Kongresu
letter
Morskiego
to the attendees of the Maritime Congress was sent by the Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki. Let me give the floor to the governor, Mr. Bogucki, to read out the letter from the Prime Minister.
Szanowni panowie ministrowie,
Dear ministers,
panowie posłowie,
members of
wszyscy
parliament,
szanowni państwo zgromadzeni tutaj
all of you
dzisiaj,
gathered here today,
już zgodnie z precedencją
and
przywitani,
according to the
powitani.
order of precedence, you
szanowni
have all
państwo,
been named and
Mam tę
welcomed.
przyjemność, żeby
Ladies and gentlemen,
odczytać list
it is a
skierowany
pleasure for me to read
właśnie z
out
tej
the
okoliczności,
letter
na okoliczność Kongresu Morskiego przez
to the attendees
pana
of the
premiera
Maritime
Mateusza
Congress from
Morawieckiego.
the Prime Minister, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki.
Dziękuję za zaproszenie na
Thank you very much
9.
for the
edycję
invitation to the
Międzynarodowego
9th edition
Kongresu
of
Morskiego.
the International
Szczególne
Maritime Congress.
podziękowania
I would like to
kieruję
give
do
special
organizatorów tego
words of
wydarzenia,
gratitude to
przede
the
wszystkim
organizers of this
za
event,
wielki wkład, jaki
in
w ciągu
particular
minionych
for
lat
the great
wnieśli państwo w
contribution
debatę
that
o
you have
problemach
brought in recent
rodzimej
years to the
gospodarki
discussion
morskiej.
about the issues of
Przyjąc z
the
kongresu
Polish maritime
jedno
economy,
z
making the
najważniejszych
Congress
przedsięwzięć
one of the
morskich w
most
Polsce.
important maritime projects in
Wszystkim
Poland.
dzisiaj zebranym w
To all of
szczecińskiej
you
Operze na
gathered
Zamku
here today
przekazuję wyrazy
at the
uznania
Castle
oraz
Opera in
serdeczne
Szczecin,
pozdrowienia.
I would like to
W
pass
programie
my
tegorocznego
greetings
kongresu
and words of
znalazło się
respect.
wiele
The
bardzo
agenda of this
istotnych
year's
tematów.
Congress contains many important topics.
Państwa uwaga skupia się zarówno na
Your
kwestiach rozwoju
focus
projektów
is on
infrastrukturalnych,
development of
perspektywach
infrastructure
przemysłu
projects, the
stoczniowego,
prospects for the
czy
shipbuilding
śródlądowych
industry
drogach wodnych i
or
konieczności
inland waterways,
szybkiego
and the
włączenia
need
w sieć
for the
europejskich
quick
korytarzy
interconnection
transportu.
with the network of European transport
Wszystkie te zadania
corridors.
będą musiały zostać
All these
odczytane w
tasks will have
kontekście
to be
zmieniającej się
perceived
sytuacji
in the context
geopolitycznej
of the
naszego
changing
regionu
geopolitical
oraz
situation of our
rodzących
region
się w związku z tym
and
nowych wyzwań.
new challenges that
Te wyzwania
arise.
dostrzega na bieżąco Ministerstwo
These
Infrastruktury.
challenges are clearly seen by the Ministry of Infrastructure, which initiated in recent weeks the works on a multi-year program aimed at developing and extending the previous development program for Polish seaports until 2030. The purpose of the multi-year program will be to ensure adequate financing for projects, for investments in our seaports with regard to the global directions of their development. This will allow us to take yet another important step towards strengthening the Polish maritime economy. The Seaports Development Program until 2030 is not just a document. It is a vision. It is a vision that is consistently and dynamically implemented into reality. Under that vision, a number of key projects have been initiated, and two of them are almost completed. Quite soon, we'll see the completion between the Vistula Lagoon and the Bay of Gdańsk. It is so important in the current geopolitical situation. In West Pomerania, in turn, the modernization works on the fairway from Szczecin to Świnoujście have been completed. Thanks to its deepening to 12.5 meters, new possibilities arise for the seaport in Szczecin. It will soon be able to handle not only ships with a bigger draft, but with double the previous tonnage. Those multi-billion investments show that Poland is trying as much as it can to use the opportunity that is opening up for our seaports. We are trying to strengthen their leading position in the entire region of the Baltic Sea, but we also consistently striving to achieve the goal to make them play a role of key transport hubs in the global supply chains in the whole of Central and Eastern Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are facing the end of the geopolitical order after the Cold War and the beginning of a new world order. We are facing enormous challenges, and our future depends on how we respond to them, our future in the whole of the 21st century. And I believe we have enough will and courage to seek for solutions that are best for Poland. I am convinced that this path will also be followed by the attendees of this year's International Maritime Congress, that you will develop not only intellectual tools that are necessary to understand the new reality and its ramifications for the maritime industry, but that you will also bring us closer to setting the best pathway for our region towards development and stabilization. With words of respect, Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki.
Szanowni Państwo, niech mi będzie wolno
Ladies and
skorzystać z tej
gentlemen,
okazji
let me use this
w tym
opportunity.
miejscu, przy tym audytorium,
With this distinguished group of people, let me express my gratitude. And I would like to address my gratitude to Minister Marek Grubarczyk. Minister, I think this is the right time and place in this venue and this group of people to thank you for what has happened recently. To gratitude to you and to your colleagues from the Maritime Office in Szczecin, Director Zdanowicz, Director Paweł Szumny, the entire team of the Maritime Office and the team of the Maritime Office in Gdańsk. Two things have happened that seemed impossible. On the one hand, we have completed deepening of the fairway from Szczecin to Świnoujście to this technical depth of 12.5 meters. It seemed impossible for many years. Now it turned out to be possible after the Poles have handed the power to the Law and Justice Party. And soon we will have the opening of the canal in the Vistula pit, which was also never meant to happen. We have this tendency, it's often said that if these are huge successes, some people say you were lucky, you were fortunate.
Sukces to nie
But
jest
that's
dziecko
not true.
szczęścia, ale suma faktów.
Success is not a
fakty
child
bardzo
of
jasno
fortune,
wskazują,
it is a sum of
że
facts.
ten sukces
And
jest
these
wynikiem
facts clearly show
ciężkiej
that this
pracy i realizacji
success is the
naprawdę
result
wielkiej
of
wizji
hard
rozwoju
work
polskiej
and implementation of a
gospodarki
great
morskiej. Tej
vision of
wizji, która
development of the
poświęcała
Polish maritime
świętej
economy.
pamięci
The vision
prezydentowi
that
Rzeczypospolitej Lechowi
was
Kaczyńskiemu, który
shared
widział
by
wielkie Pomorze
the
Zachodnie,
late
silne,
president of
silne Pomorze
Poland,
Zachodnie
Lech
jako
Kaczyński, who
rację stanu.
saw
A Pomorze
strong West
Zachodnie, również to Pomorze
Pomerania as
Środkowe, nie może
Poland's
być
raison
silne
d'etat. And
bez silnej gospodarki
Poland
morskiej.
and
Panie
Pomerania
ministrze,
cannot
drogi
be strong
Marku,
without
wielkie
a
gratulacje
strong
Tobie,
maritime
wszystkim
economy. Dear
współpracownikom,
Minister Marek,
wszystkim, którzy
all
się
of
w to
you, all
zaangażowali.
your
Dziękuję
colleagues,
bardzo.
big congratulations to all of those who were involved. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Pan Zbigniew Bogucki,
Thank you very
wojewoda
much.
zachodniopomorski.
Zbigniew Bogucki, the governor of West Pomerania, some words from himself and earlier the letter from the Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki. So now let me give the floor to Minister Marek Grubarczyk for the official opening of the International Maritime Congress in Szczecin. Marek Grubarczyk, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Infrastructure, government representative for maritime economy and water management. Thank you very much.
Panowie posłowie,
Members of Parliament,
ministrze,
Minister,
panie wojewodo,
Governor,
państwo radni, państwo
councillors,
prezesi, dyrektorzy,
the CEOs,
osoby
directors,
związane z gospodarką morską i nie tylko,
people
wszyscy,
from the maritime
szanowni
industry,
państwo, przybyli na
all the
9.
attendees
Międzynarodowy
of
Kongres
the
Morski.
9th International Maritime
To
Congress.
już faktycznie 9.
It is indeed
edycja. Ogromna
already the
historia,
9th edition
która
of this
wiąże się
event, and
z całą
there's
koncepcją powołania
an enormous history that is related to the origins of the Congress and the continuation of
Ja
its
przypominam
work.
sobie zeszły rok.
I remember last year
Rozpoczynaliśmy 8.
when we started
kongres
the 8th
prawie po
Congress
załamaniu covidowym.
after the collapse, post-COVID collapse. It was the first meeting in several years,
Kongres nie mógł się odbywać.
after several
Wtedy
years when the
mieliśmy
Congress
daleko
was
idące
not able to take
plany.
place. Back then we had
Liczyliśmy
far-reaching
na
plans.
duże inwestycje,
We
przede
hoped
wszystkim
for large
portów
investment
morskich.
projects,
Ta słynna
especially in
pozycja, o której
seaports.
marzyliśmy i gdzie te kierunki widać były konieczne
We
i
saw some
potrzebne
directions of
w ramach
development
oczywiście dywersyfikacji i rozwoju portu.
that were related to the
I
diversification
dzisiaj
of
po roku
development of
ktoś by
seaports. And
przypuszczał,
1 year later,
myślał, że musimy się zmierzyć
someone
z
might
tak
say
ogromnym
that who would have
wyzwaniem,
thought
jakim
that
jest
we would
tragedia
have
na
to
Ukrainie.
face
Z drugiej
this
strony
enormous challenge
przebudowanie
of
całej
the tragic
naszej
war in
polityki
Ukraine
związanej
and the reconstruction
z
of
gospodarką
our
państwa.
entire policy
Nie ma co
related to the
ukrywać.
state economy.
Porty, gospodarka morska, infrastruktura czy
Ports,
armatorzy
the maritime
będą
economy,
pełnić
infrastructure,
niezwykle
ship
istotną
owners
rolę.
will play an
Dzisiaj
extremely important
przebudowanie
role.
tego systemu właśnie
Today,
będzie oparte
rebuilding
przede
that
wszystkim
system
o aktywach,
will be
które
based on
znajdują
the
się
assets
na Pomorzu.
that are here in Pomerania.
To trudne i niezwykle odpowiedzialne
It is a
zadanie,
difficult and a very
bo w
responsible
zasadzie
task,
wszystko, co wjeżdżało
because
na kołach,
everything that was transported by road or rail now will have to be transported by sea.
Jak to mówi prezes Urbaś,
So as
just in time,
Mr.
just in
Urbaś
case, w
says,
szerokim znaczeniu. Musimy
just in time,
dzisiaj
just in case.
rozpocząć
In this broad
całkowite
sense, we need
inne
to
podejście, myślenie w tym
start a
zakresie.
completely
Ale
new
też to jest
approach
ogromna
in that
szansa.
respect. But it is also a great
Przede
opportunity,
wszystkim dla Pomorza,
especially
przede wszystkim dla
for
gospodarki
Pomerania and
morskiej,
for
przede
the
wszystkim
maritime
dla
economy,
rozwoju infrastrukturalnego.
for the development of infrastructure.
Oczywiście to wszystko, co udało się do tej pory zrobić, jest
Everything
niezwykle
that we have
ważne.
been able to do so far
Przecież
is extremely
ogromne
important.
inwestycje, które trwają w portach,
Enormous investment
decyzje
projects
o
that are
rozbudowie
taking place in seaports,
terminali,
the decisions to
już nie
expand
mówiąc
terminals,
o niezwykle kluczowych rzeczach
not
związanych
to even
tutaj
mention
z Pomorzem Zachodnim,
key
a więc
aspects related to West Pomerania.
Szczecin, Świnoujście, decyzje
So the fairway
związane
between
przede
Szczecin and
wszystkim z rozbudową
Świnoujście, decisions
gazoportu, ale
related
ogromne
to the expansion of the LNG terminal,
w modernizację
but
portu
also enormous funds involved in the modernization of the Szczecin-Świnoujście port.
Przecież 12,5 metra
In this
to
case, the port in
musi być
Szczecin,
ten
12.5
element
meters,
infrastrukturalny,
is
który
this infrastructure
całkowicie
component
odmieni,
that will completely
zwielokrotni
transform
na pewno
the
podwoi
situation here.
obroty
It will
w
multiply, it will
porcie
certainly
Szczecin. Jak to jest
double
ważne?
the
No dzisiaj
throughput,
każdy
the
hektar,
transshipments
każdy
in
metr
the
gruntu
port in Szczecin. It is
składowania,
very important.
czy
Today, every
magazynowania
hectare,
jest po
every
prostu
square
na wagę
meter of
złota.
storage
Myślę,
area
że to pokazały
is
ostatnie przetargi we
worth
wszystkich
an ounce of
portach,
gold.
jeśli chodzi o
And
dzierżawę,
this has been demonstrated
bo
by the tenders for
kolejka chętnych była
lease in
bardzo duża
all
i myślę, że
seaports.
będzie
There
duża
was
zresztą.
a long
To jest też
queue of
ogromna
applicants,
szansa dla
and it will
naszych
continue
portów,
to be so.
aby
It is a great
podwoić
opportunity
nasze
for our
przeładunki.
seaports to
Przypomnę
double
tylko, 113
our
milionów
transshipments.
ton
113 million
towarów
tons
w
of
zeszłym
cargo
roku.
handled
Dzisiaj
last year,
bezwzględnie
and
każdy port
today
notuje wzrosty
all of
w ramach
our seaports
właśnie już
are
teraz prowadzonych
recording
analiz.
increases under current
Ale to
analysis.
oczywiście nie wszystko.
But that's not
My
all,
nie
of
możemy
course.
zatrzymać się
We
na
cannot
inwestycjach. Nie możemy
stop
zatrzymać się na tym, co
at
zostało
investment
zrobione.
projects.
Zresztą
We
mówił
cannot
o tym
stop
niedawno
with what
pan
has
premier
been
Mateusz
already done.
Morawiecki,
And Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki has
wskazując, że
mentioned
to
that
po prostu
earlier,
są zdrowe
indicating that
fundusze państwa.
these are simply
Prawdziwy
healthy
budżet
state
od wielu,
funds,
wielu lat, który
a
z
good
jednej strony
budget for
spina
many
się,
years
mówiąc
that
kolokwialnie,
on the one
to znaczy
hand
można realizować ogromne inwestycje
works out and is
w postaci
balanced,
chociażby
allowing us to
właśnie
carry
toru
out investment
żeglugowego
projects
do
such as
12,5 metra, który
the
miał kosztować
fairway
1,5
of
miliarda, ale w
12.5
związku
meters.
z trudnościami, które
was
występowały przede wszystkim
supposed to
z
cost
niewybuchami,
1.5
dodatkowe
billion
500
zlotys,
milionów musiało się
but
znaleźć
due
na
to
tą
some difficulties,
inwestycję.
including
Po prostu znalazło się.
UXOs, we had to
Poszczególne
find
elementy,
additional
czy
500 million for that
dostęp od
project.
strony,
And we did.
lądu, czy dostęp od strony
Similarly,
morza,
additional
w
components
ramach
like
realizacji,
land access and sea
inwestycji. To
access
wszystko są działania, które
for this
były
project,
kontynuowane.
those were
Ale
all
tak jak
activities that
powiedziałem,
were
to nie
continued.
wszystko.
But as I
To nie
have said,
wszystko.
it's not
Dzisiaj
all.
stajemy przed niezwykle
Today,
istotnym
we are facing
zadaniem. Przede
a
wszystkim
very important
otwarcia
task.
Świnoujścia dla
First of all,
kontenerowców,
opening up the port in Świnoujście for container vessels,
metrów toru
so
podejściowego.
building an approach
W nowej
channel
koncepcji, myślę, że pan dyrektor Zdanowicz
with
będzie o tym
17
dzisiaj
meters
mówił.
depth. In a new concept, I think that
cel,
Director
który
Zdanowicz
mamy
will
przecież
tell you more about that
przygotowane
later.
finansowanie.
We have
To
financing
infrastruktura
provided for
przede
that.
wszystkim związana
This is
z
also about
rozbudową
infrastructure
portów,
related
rozbudową
to
portu
seaport
w
expansion,
Świnoujściu.
expansion of the
Ja
port in
oczywiście
Świnoujście.
skupiam się na portu
Of course, I'm
zachodniego
focusing
wybrzeża,
on
ale
the
to
seaports
samo
of
dzieje się przecież
our
na
western
wschodnim
coast,
wybrzeżu.
but the same is
Gdańsk,
happening
czy
in the eastern
Gdynia
part of
w
our
ramach
coast,
realizacji
Gdańsk and
projektu.
Gdynia,
Ale i również ta
and the
dywersyfikacja,
projects
czyli
there, but also
akwizycja.
diversification and
Dzisiaj ona przyjęła
acquisition.
trochę inne
Today,
rozwiązanie. Port
a different solution has been
Gdynia
adopted.
rozszerzył swoje granice
The port in
o
Gdynia
Ust.
has expanded its
Chcą
borders
zrealizować
with
inwestycje
the
właśnie
seaport
na
in
tym terenie.
Ustka,
Port
and they want to
Gdańsk,
carry out
który
projects there.
rozszerza swoje
The port in
granice
Gdańsk
o Zalew
expanding its
Wiślany.
borders
Port
towards
Szczecin,
the Vistula
Świnoujście,
Lagoon.
który
The port in
rozpoczyna
Szczecin
również
Świnoujście,
działania
which
w
is
ramach
also starting
pozyskania
its
nowych
activities
terenów czy
to
nowych
acquire
gruntów.
new
Dzisiaj to
areas,
staje
new
się-
land.
jest na wagę
Today,
złota. I
this
stworzenie
is of key
rozwiązania,
importance.
które doskonale wpisuje się właśnie w tą strategię, a
And
więc
these-
jak mówimy hybrydy,
These projects are
obligacje
in line
państwowe,
with this strategy. So
instytucje
hybrid
finansowe i
instruments,
wkład własny.
state
To
bonds,
wszystko pozwoliło na ogromne
financial instruments
wydatkowanie
and own
środków,
contribution.
bo w zasadzie wszystkie
And this
porty dostały
allowed us to
bardzo dużo pieniędzy
spend
właśnie
huge
na
funds because all
realizację
seaports
tych
have
działań. Ale z
received
drugiej
enormous
strony
funds for
idą
their
też
projects.
środki w ramach
But on the
nowej
other hand, we
perspektywy,
have
które mają za zadanie właśnie
funds under the
wesprzeć
new EU
wesprzeć inwestycje
perspective
związane z
aimed at
dostępem od
supporting
strony wody, a więc nowe falochrony,
hinterland access, new break
budowa
and
nowego
sea
terminala
access,
FRS-u,
new breakwaters, the new FRSU terminal with accompanying infrastructure,
kolejnego,
or
mamy nadzieję, właśnie w
another
Świnoujściu,
bulk
czy
terminal
portu
in
zewnętrznego
Świnoujście,
w Gdyni. To są
or the outer port
inwestycje,
in
które
Gdynia.
dzisiaj stają się
These projects
ale też,
are becoming of
szanowni
key importance
państwo,
today.
Jest pan prezes
We also have Mr. Daca here from Polish Waters Authority, so inland waterways, inland shipping. We have talked about it quite a lot. The ports have prepared documents related to the entire tendering process. Of course, we need the funds to carry out these projects, but today inland shipping will have a different character. It can and it stands a chance to develop with support of ports at various distances, but within the framework of port development policy. And one of the components here, a role is to be played by the port in Elbląg. And the Odra and Vistula River waterways create development possibilities for development of terminals, for construction of terminals supporting the port policy. But we also need to remember the international dimension. I am very glad to see that we have representatives from Slovakia, especially from the energy industry. Today, energy transporting hazardous goods, gas carriers, these things will on the one hand affect our energy security, but on the other, they will create shipping opportunities. Today there is a meeting in Lyon on the TEN-T core network. Minister Adamczyk is taking part in those discussions. So all these components comprise an extremely important model that was a basis, a foundation, and a common platform for discussions at the Congress. Let me remind you that it is here where the discussions about the 12.5 meter fairway, these discussions were held here, and we succeeded in that project. So the discussions today and tomorrow are extremely important with regard to building a common policy and developing solutions to be implemented. And on this occasion, I cannot forget our flagship, our historical and future-oriented project, that is the offshore wind process. Tomorrow we'll have a discussion between university rectors who are developing solutions for science, research versus business, so offshore seaports. The entire investment in the energy infrastructure and offshore wind farms. We are reaching the end of the licensing process. We have almost 130 applications for our offshore locations. And this is an indication of this great interest of this energy component. But it is also an entire industry that is maritime-based. And I deeply believe that this process will accelerate to such an extent that the first wind farms will be built in 2025. But the entire infrastructure has to start operating right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this Congress is a breakthrough. As the Prime Minister has mentioned in his letter, we are at a certain edge, at the breaking point in history with regard to some areas of influence and the role of Poland, which is becoming a freedom hub. Today, we are indeed a country playing the most important role. We are playing this role thanks to the fact that we have healthy public finances. We are well prepared for that. We are implementing our investment projects, and we are not stopping here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me wish you fruitful discussions, and I would like to thank you for this yet another Maritime Congress. And I hope that the 10th Maritime Congress will happen in a new era, safer for all of us, but certainly excellent for the maritime economy. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Pan minister.
Thank you. Minister Marek Grubaczyk, the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Infrastructure, plenipotentiary of the government for water management and investment in the maritime sector. It's time for the first debate, ladies and gentlemen. The transport industry faces a number of challenges, the post-pandemic recovery and the challenges brought by the war in Ukraine and the preference to train, inland waterway and sea transport at the cost of road haulage. And this will be discussed during the debate on counteracting transition and resilience. Let me invite Tim Power, Managing Director of Drury, to deliver the introductory speech, and then he will participate in our first debate.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, an apology. This address will be given in English. I'm afraid my Polish would be too appalling for you to listen to. My job today is to describe the global picture of the maritime sector, and that is as a backdrop or scene setter for the rest of the Congress. I'm going to start with just painting a quick picture of some of the challenges that the sector faces. As the Prime Minister said, we live in difficult times, and the maritime sector is always totally linked and dependent on the global economy and global geopolitics. So we're going to look at the key issues. We're going to look at some macroeconomic numbers, and then we're going to get into some of the effects that all these big trends and issues are having on the maritime sector. And then I'm going to touch finally on a little bit on the question of decarbonisation. So here's our list, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pretty terrifying list. COVID was bad. In Western Europe now, we are living in almost a post-COVID age. At least we hope it's a post-COVID age. But we now have a lot of other problems. We have the energy crisis that began even before the Ukraine war. We now have the unbelievable, unimaginable horror of war in Europe. And I must congratulate the choir on their very moving tribute to Ukraine earlier. We have the beginnings of inflation, which will lead to a cost of living crisis in many places. And we have increasing geopolitical tension, not just in Europe, but also in Asia, where we have a more assertive China and its regional neighbors wondering how to deal with it. And of course, we have also what many people regard as the existential threat of global climate change and the challenge of decarbonisation. That is a very big list of issues to be dealing with. Let us just start with some numbers. The first thing to talk about is global economic growth. And the main thing I want to highlight to you, it's two things really. That even though we are recovering from the pandemic, global growth is not going fast enough. And one of the biggest changes from the pre-COVID days is that China is no longer going to be the global motor of economic growth. Before the pandemic, Chinese economic growth was 8%. It will now be 5% and will drop, we expect, to around 3%, which is very average. So economically, the world is going to be very different. And of course, in Europe, we're looking at the long-term prospect of GDP growth of only less than 1%. This is not enough. Along with that, we have this very big spike in inflation. The forecasts we have from Oxford Economics say that this is short-term only. But there is a big risk, in our view, that if pay demands to match inflation become embedded, then inflation becomes embedded. And that will be a huge problem for all of us. Interest rates, which of course will affect the cost of all our debt, are rising, but they are not rising fast, and they are not rising to the levels that existed before the global financial crisis. So this is also a big question about inflation. Are central banks doing enough to control it? And of course, we also have, as we all well know, the energy price crisis, where you can see, I think oil yesterday was $117 a barrel, and gas is at close to all-time highs. We are hoping and expecting that those energy prices will fall from around 2025, but again, nothing is guaranteed. So the main conclusion from this, ladies and gentlemen, is that the global macroeconomic environment within which we will all be working will be very challenging. I'm going to look at the effects of some of these big trends on different parts of our industry. And I'm going to start with talking about the effect of the COVID pandemic on container shipping. You remember that started really in Europe in March 2020, and in Europe it's now more or less over, we hope. Of course, in China, it's not over. China has a zero COVID policy, which means that it will shut down parts of the economy if it has to stamp it out. We have an office in Shanghai. Our colleagues were locked up in their houses for nearly 3 months. Appalling. Whether this policy is sustainable, we will see. If it isn't, this will make economic growth even more difficult. Anyway, coming back to 2021. In 2021, we saw the beginning of a recovery from COVID in global container shipping volumes, global volume growth of 6.5%. Not bad. But we saw very, very strong growth in some places, particularly North America. You will remember reading stories about 100 ships waiting outside the port of LA Long Beach. That is because US demand growth was nearly 13%, which was enormous. So this put huge stress on the container shipping industry. A huge cause of that stress was congestion in ports and the landside supply chain. We in Drury calculated that in 2021, congestion in ports and the supply chain consumed 17% of global container shipping capacity. Container shipping has to be a very lean industry, and it must run at high utilization. It does not have 17% spare capacity. At best, it has 10. So you can see why there was simply no capacity available in the global container shipping supply chain in 2021. This situation will improve slowly, but only slowly. We hope for a return to normal by 2024. A main cause of this is, those of you in container terminals or in ports will be familiar with this, is the problem of the container yard. If yard utilization goes up to 80% or more, then productivity in the terminal falls sharply and costs rise. This is what happened. There wasn't enough labor to man the cranes, there wasn't enough labor to man the gate, and there wasn't enough labor to drive the trucks. So the number of containers in the yard went up, and port productivity fell, and so we had the huge queues of vessels waiting to berth. This situation has not gone away. The pink area in the chart shows extreme port congestion, and you can see that major ports are all now suffering from this, and even medium-sized ports are suffering from this. So port congestion and how to manage it is an absolutely huge issue for our sector. Of course, one of the side effects of this is that the container shipping industry now is a license to print money. The question is, for how much longer? We can see, we monitor global container shipping rates every week, and you can see how our chart is showing the trend. The peak actually was in Q3 2021, and we are seeing continuing softening now. So the environment will become more difficult, and I will explain that a little bit later. So the key issue, and I think the key takeaway for this event, is how do we deal with the issue of port congestion and overall supply chain congestion? And the thought I want to leave you with, and it's very much what the Minister of Infrastructure was saying, is we have to look at the total supply chain to make sure we know where are the blockages and we can get them clear. You need a smooth pipe of capacity the whole way along the supply chain. That's the key thing. I want to turn now to the effect of war on energy markets. And of course, that is a very gloomy and terrible thing to be talking about. The immediate and biggest effect, of course, is the effect on Russian crude oil exports. Russia is a major producer and exporter of crude oil, and its output, export output, we estimate was reduced by approximately 1 million barrels a day by April, and will be further reduced by a total of 3 million barrels per day by July. And that is without, of course there have been bans, but there's also been voluntary not buying Russian oil in Europe. What this has all meant is two things. The first thing is that Europe is finding its crude oil from other markets. And you can see on the chart, those arrows show the change in volume in 2022 and 2023. So for example, we estimate that there will be a reduction of 59 million tons of imports from Russia into Europe in 2022, and a further reduction of 106 million tons in 2023. So the question is, where does that oil come from? Some of it will come from the US, and some of it will come from the Middle East. But those of you who can do arithmetic can very quickly see that 22 plus 15 is much less than 59, and 48 plus 18 is much less than 106. In other words, there isn't enough. What this means is that oil reserves, crude oil reserves, will have to be drawn on in order to meet demand. And this could be a sustained problem. For Russia, of course, it is now looking for other markets for its oil, particularly in Asia, and it is selling to countries, among others, China and India. This is a big issue for Russia as well as for Europe, because historically, Europe has bought 60% of Russia's oil exports. So this is a huge thing for Russia as well as for us. The other energy market I want to talk about is LNG, and I must congratulate you for having got ahead of the game here and getting the LNG terminal here in this port ahead of this crisis. That was a very smart strategic move. You can see on the top chart that LNG up to now is mainly an Asian matter. But now, of course, it is becoming a European matter. European imports of LNG in Q1 this year reached record levels. And you can see at the moment, it's really it's the UK, Italy, Spain in particular, that up to now have been big LNG players. But that is all going to change. In Asia, there has been a reduction in demand, but if you look at the bottom chart, you will see the typical annual profile of Chinese LNG imports. And you can see that the first quarter is typically low. But the second half of the year, there's going to be much more demand in China. The risk for us is that there will be a tug of war for gas. Competition for gas supply, for LNG supplies, that will put more pressure on us. As a result of that, prices for LNG will be very volatile. 1 year ago, if we'd been meeting here, the cost of LNG would have been roughly $10, I can't read them units now, a third of what we are paying now. LNG prices have increased threefold. This is huge, and this is a major contributor to the energy crisis we currently face. And this volatility will continue. How well are we prepared for this? When I looked at this in March, we had the lowest ever levels of storage utilization in Europe for LNG. Fortunately, that has now improved. We are nearly 60% utilized, which is a much healthier position than we were. But nonetheless, there are huge risks to availability of LNG for us. How are we dealing with this? Well, there has been a huge interest and rush to engage floating storage and regasification units, FSRUs, for the importing of LNG. And just in case you're not familiar with it, one of these vessels costs approximately $300,000 a day to charter. So these are very, very expensive assets, but the great virtue of them is that they can be deployed and put into action immediately. Of course, LNG has to come from somewhere. It doesn't come from thin air. There needs to be liquefaction capacity to create it. And if you look at the chart at the bottom, you will see that in the very short term, the addition of liquefaction capacity is actually quite small. In 2026, though, if everything goes to plan, there will be a huge increase in liquefaction capacity, which will be a major source of new LNG for us. Of course, the completion of LNG liquefaction projects is problematic and not without risk. So it may be that this capacity is not delivered. Let's hope that it is. I'm going to just touch briefly on shipping markets themselves, just to give you a sense of how we think three of them, containers, crude tankers and LNG, are likely to develop. The first thing to say about container shipping is that the very rapid growth, or the comparatively rapid growth we saw in 2021 is slowing a lot. And I want to highlight to you the situation in North America in particular. You can see that North America, which grew at 13% in 2021, is now down at around 1%. So that great engine of growth has stopped. Asia and Europe are showing growth at around 3%. So growth is really, really slow now in this market, and I say a world average of around 3%. Of course, I used to work in container shipping, so I have this experience directly. It is always the case that when things go wrong in container shipping, you will find that all the new supply arrives just when the growth stops. And this is what we have coming up in 2023. So what this chart shows is what we call the supply-demand balance. And you can see that in the middle of 2020, it was at around 110. It is now at around hovering around just over 100. But if our calculations are right, it will be down below 90 on the east-west trades and well below 90 globally towards the end of this year. This will be a huge test for the lines. For those of you who are not involved, are not familiar with container shipping, let me give you a simple rule of thumb. If your ships are 90% full or more, you are making money or lots of money. If your ships are 87% full, you're probably breaking even. If they're 85% full, you're starting to lose money. This is a very, very unforgiving industry. What this means, this chart, is if the lines cannot manage capacity, they will be back to 2017. And all this dream of profitability will be gone. So the great question is, are the new structures through the alliances going to be strong enough to sustain the container shipping industry and its profitability when we get into 2023 and 2024? Let's see. Here's it's a rather busy table of the crude tanker market, but it's actually got a lot of useful information. I want to highlight a couple of things to you. If you look at the seaborne trade in 2020, you see that it fell by 9% in 2020. That is enormous. So, and you'd had small reductions in trade even before that. So you could see that the crude oil market, even before 2020 and in 2020, was a disaster. The only thing that saved it in 2020 was the oil price war between Russia and Saudi Arabia, which meant that lots of tankers were used for storage. There is no such storage factor to save the market now. And the earnings from crude tankers, as I will show you in a second, have been terrible. There will be a recovery in demand, we think, in 2022, and very modest growth from then onwards. But this is an industry that, of course, in a post-carbon world, is gradually going to decline anyway. So the crude tanker market is in a very difficult position. This chart shows the time charter equivalent earnings and 1 year time charter earnings of crude tankers. And what I would like to highlight to you is that to break even on a VLCC, you need to be earning around $25,000 a day. The time charter equivalent in Q1 2022 was 0. So the market has been, frankly speaking, a horror show, and the recovery will only get it back to break-even levels. The LNG market, of course, is a rather more cheerful place where there has been, pre-pandemic, extremely rapid growth, sustained slight growth even during the pandemic, and then looking for continued growth thereafter. One number I want to highlight to you on this chart is the 2026 growth in liquefaction capacity. You can see there that it is expected to increase by nearly 22%, which is huge. So if this is delivered, and you can see that that's not yet in the trade numbers, then the midterm outlook for this sector is very bright. And you can see that earnings are pretty stable and also going up. And actually that chart really just tells the same story. The last thing I want to touch on, and then I will hand back to my moderator to start the debate, is the question of decarbonisation. And I mention it because it is a huge global issue that this sector has to address. I think it has been said frequently that shipping generates 3% of global emissions. That doesn't sound like very much, but actually it is bigger than most countries. And it is also very much in the public eye now. We have to look at decarbonisation in shipping and in ports. And so a lot of work has already been done, of course, to improve the fuel efficiency of ships. Hull shapes, propeller design, routing to reduce fuel consumption, all of these things are incredibly important. And more is being done through various energy-saving devices, waste heat recovery, optimizing trim, and there is, as I'm sure you're aware, and this is very important for ports, this whole concept of not steaming fast and waiting, but arriving just in time for your berth. What is the point of burning fuel and creating emissions if you just sit at anchor? So all of these things are being done now and being developed. But the colossal question is, what about fuel? LNG has been adopted a lot across the container shipping sector now and in some others. But of course, it is not a zero carbon fuel, and there are many people who are very anxious about the effects of methane slip. Maersk has already placed its first order for methanol-powered container ships, and apparently is eager to order another 8. So this is a very important development. But there is, of course, now a lot of discussion about ammonia and hydrogen. This will be a huge issue, not just for the ships and the shipping lines, but also for ports. How do we create a bunkering structure that is going to handle all this stuff? And in the case of ammonia, extremely dangerous and toxic material. I'm going to skip that one. When we think about this for ports, of course, ports will be governed by the emissions regulations where they operate, and in particular, they will be governed by carbon pricing, which is coming for this industry, certainly in Europe and will be in other areas. The question of renewables, both as sources of power for ports itself, but also as industries, as was also being mentioned earlier about offshore wind, serving those industries and being part of the energy transition is a huge strategic issue for ports. As I mentioned, the provision of facilities for new fuels for ships is going to be a massive task, creating a totally new bunkering infrastructure globally. And of course, I think in due course, we will find that carbon footprint becomes a source of competitiveness across the whole sector. That means ports and shipping. When we look at, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I'm running out of time, I know that. Two things I want to highlight to you. Where are the big numbers in emissions in or related to ports? Of course, there are the direct emissions from the use of maybe diesel equipment in yards but actually the big numbers are in helping ships to make sure they don't waste fuel to get to your port. And the second big number is inland transport. If ports can catalyze mode transfer to low emission modes, whatever they may be, and we talked earlier about inland waterways, that is a huge contribution that ports can make to decarbonizing this sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is lots to talk about. There is lots to do. There are huge challenges, but as I've heard earlier, the Polish maritime sector is ready to rise to these challenges and meet them head on. Good luck.
Bardzo dziękuję. Team Power. Please
Thank
stay
you very much,
with us
Team
on
Power.
stage. Bardzo dziękuję. To był
Thank you
to
very
było takie
much.
wprowadzenie w temat,
This
o
was
którym za
an
chwilę będziemy mówić
introduction
nieco
to the
więcej,
topic
czyli
that we will be
przeciwdziałanie,
discussing
transformacja,
further.
odporność, strategia
So
dla branży
prevention,
morskiej w dobie kryzysu.
transition,
Bardzo serdecznie
resilience
zapraszam pana profesora,
in the
doktora
times of crisis.
habilitowanego
Let me invite
kapitana Janusza Uriasza,
Professor
prorektora spraw
Captain Janusz
innowacji
Uriasz,
i rozwoju Akademii
Prorector for
Morskiej w Szczecinie,
Innovation and Development of the
który będzie
Maritime University
moderatorem
in Szczecin,
tejże właśnie
who will
debaty.
moderate this discussion.
A wezmą w nim udział, witamy bardzo
And
serdecznie, wezmą w nim udział zdalnie online
will have
pan Richard Ballantyne,
Mr.
prezes
Richard
Stowarzyszenia Portów
Ballantyne,
Brytyjskich. Za chwilę.
the CEO of the British Ports
witamy,
Association.
hello.
Welcome. He'll be joining us online.
Pan w zastępstwie Aleksandra Golodyńskiego, prezesa
Replacing
Zarządu Portów
Alexander
Ukraińskich, będzie z nami pan
Golodyński,
Wiaczesław
from
Woronoj,
Ukrainian Ports, we'll
zastępca
have,
prezesa do
Wiaczesław
spraw organizacji
Voronoi,
portów.
Deputy,
Zapraszam bardzo serdecznie
CEO
pana Krzysztofa
for
Urbasia,
Ukrainian
prezesa
Ports
Zarządu Morskich
Organization.
Portów Szczecin
Let me invite
Świnoujście,
Mr. Krzysztof
pana Jarosława
Urbaś, the
Kotarskiego,
CEO
prezesa
of the
Unity
Port of
Line,
Świnoujście,
firmy z
Jarosław
Grupy Polskiej
Kotarski,
Żeglugi Morskiej,
CEO of Unity Line,
oraz pana Andrzeja Wróblewskiego,
and Mr. Andrzej
dyrektora
Wróblewski,
naczelnego Polskiej Żeglugi Morskiej.
Director General
Pan
of
nie?
the Polish Steamship Company.
Rozumiem. Dziękuję. W takim razie zapraszam.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome.
Szanowni Państwo, wysłuchaliśmy przed
Ladies and
chwilą
gentlemen,
wykładu prowadzącego pana Tima Powera,
we've just listened to the
który
keynote
nakreślił
speech
nam
from
pewien
Tim
obraz,
Power,
co tu mówić, mało optymistyczny,
who
jeżeli chodzi
has
o
painted
kwestie ekonomiczne,
not a very
kwestie
optimistic
rozwoju
picture with
gospodarki
regard to
globalnej.
economic
Pytanie, jak
issues and development of the global
Polska,
economy.
nasze porty,
And the question is how
nasza gospodarka
ourselves,
morska
how
jest
Poland, how the
przygotowana na
Polish
te
ports
zagrożenia,
and the Polish
czy
maritime
jesteśmy
economy,
sobie w stanie
how much are we
poradzić,
ready
jaka jest
to
nasza
face these
ocena.
challenges
Tym
and
tematem
threats?
będziemy się
Can we
zajmowali z
cope with them?
perspektywy portów,
And
z
what is our
perspektywy
assessment of the situation?
armatorów,
So we will discuss that from the
z
point of view
perspektywy także
of
naszych gości
seaports,
zagranicznych,
of ship owners,
angielskich i
from the point of
ukraińskich.
view of our international
Tak więc
guests
bardzo
from the
dziękuję
UK
za
and Ukraine.
przyjęcie zaproszenia
So
na
thank
tę
you very
debatę
much
i
for accepting the invitation to this
gotowość do
debate
udziału. Jedna
and
taka
for your
refleksja,
readiness to take part.
szanowni Państwo, chciałbym wrócić
One
pamięcią
thought.
gdzieś
I would like to
wstecz, kiedy
go
Polska
back
uzyskiwała
my memory
niepodległość.
when Poland regained
Jak bardzo
independence.
cieszyliśmy się, kiedy generał Haller
We were so happy when
dotarł na
General
Wybrzeże Morskie,
Haller
kiedy dokonał
reached
zaślubin.
the Baltic coast.
Tak się sobie wyobrażam, że wówczas w Polsce była
And I believe
bardzo
that
duża
I imagine
radość.
that
Później, gdy
Poland was
społeczeństwo
full of
polskie
joy back
stanęło
then.
przed zadaniem, uświadomiło sobie,
When the Polish
jak ważny jest
society
dostęp
realized
do
how
morza, kiedy
important
podjęliśmy wyzwanie, aby
sea
budować
access
port
was,
w Gdyni.
when we started
Myślę, że
the task to
jak gdyby
build
tą
the seaport in
empatię, tą
Gdynia,
świadomość
I
przenosimy
think
teraz do
that
naszych czasów,
we are
teraźniejszości i
translating
te
that
wszystkie
awareness
wysiłki, tą
to
budowatorów
the present
przepraw,
times. So all
terminala,
these
to jest właśnie ten
efforts,
efekt
building the
naszej
fairways,
świadomości. Szanowni
building the
Państwo,
terminals, this is a result of
przejdźmy do
our
dyskusji.
awareness. Let's start the discussion.
Jakiś czas temu, będąc w Londynie,
Some time
na
ago, when I
posiedzeniu
visited London
Międzynarodowej
and
Organizacji
attended
Morskiej,
an
usłyszałem
IMO
takie
meeting,
zdanie,
I heard a statement
które wypowiedział sekretarz generalny.
from Secretary General.
Mianowicie, gdyby nie shipping, gdyby nie
If it
transport
wasn't
morski,
for shipping, if it
to
wasn't for
połowa
maritime
świata
transport,
cierpiałaby z głodu,
half of the
a druga
world
połowa
would
cierpiałaby
suffer
zimna. Wówczas pomyślałem, że to
famine,
taki
and the
kolokwializm,
other half
ale
of the
teraz
world would
tak naprawdę
suffer
w
cold.
obliczu wojny, wydarzeń na
It
Ukrainie,
may be trivial, but today, in the
ta
light of the
sentencja, ta
events
myśl
of the
staje
war
się
in
po prostu
Ukraine,
rzeczywistością.
this sentence, this
Tak to
statement is
wygląda.
becoming
Zatem,
reality.
szanowni państwo,
That's what it looks like.
zwracam się teraz tutaj i do przedstawicieli
So, ladies and
portów,
gentlemen,
może do
I'm
naszego
asking you,
gościa,
the representatives of our
Ballantyne,
ports,
jeżeli,
and perhaps our
Richard
guest,
słyszysz nas,
Richard Ballantyne, if you can hear us.
czy rzeczywiście według ciebie
In your opinion,
porty morskie są takim
are
strażnikiem
seaports
bezpieczeństwa
really
żywnościowego i
guardians
energetycznego?
of the food and
Jak to z
energy
perspektywy
security?
Anglii,
What does it look
pewnych
like
wydarzeń
from the
związanych
point of view of the UK
także i sytuacją właśnie
and the
globalną,
events
COVID-em,
related to the global
także z
situation,
Brexitem? Jakie
to
doświadczenia
COVID, to
porty
Brexit?
angielskie
What are
z
the
tej fazy
experiences
wynoszą? Bardzo
of
proszę.
the UK ports that you see in this current time?
Czy słyszymy? Nie. Richard, if you hear us, jeśli słyszysz nas, mamy tutaj teraz...
If you can hear us, we do have a technical problem. We cannot hear you.
Do czasu rozwiązania
So perhaps
tego
let's
problemu technicznego
postpone your
poprosimy o
intervention
odpowiedź pana prezesa.
and let me give
Jak
the
wygląda, panie
floor
prezesie, tutaj z
to
naszej perspektywy właśnie ta funkcja roli portów jako strażnika
CEO of the Port
gwarancja
Authority
właśnie,
and what is the role
spełnienia
of
potrzeb żywnościowych i
ports
energetycznych. Bardzo
as guardians of food and energy security.
Szanowni Państwo, dziękuję bardzo
Professor,
za zaproszenie.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting panel. Of course,
Gdybym miał odpowiedzieć tak
if I
krótko,
were
jak potrafię,
to tell you briefly about it, I can confirm the ports are the guardians. There are many proofs of that. We've been operating in an extraordinary situation for 2 years, 2 years of COVID and 4 months the war right behind our eastern border.
Może zacznę od tego drugiego.
Let me start from
tragicznego
the
wydarzenia,
second
które się dzieje z naszą
tragic
społecznością.
event
Ale widać, jak dalece
behind our eastern
ładunki
border.
z tego
We can see to what extent cargo from that area play a strategic role, not only for Europe,
My mniej
but also
więcej
for the
od
world.
3 miesięcy, miesiąc po rozpoczęciu
A
działań
month
wojennych
after
rozpoczęło się
the war
spotkanie w Warszawie.
started, we started meetings in Warsaw in various ministries. All port authorities attend those meetings. Our colleagues from Gdynia, Mr. Bąk, Mr. Korolewski, we go to Warsaw sometimes several times a month and discuss how we can prevent the famine in the world and how to heat the world when necessary, not only in the European scale but also in the global scale. When it comes to heat for our households, the situation in Poland
nie byłaby możliwa do rozwiązania bez udziału polskich portów morskich.
is becoming gradually solved, but it would not be possible without the 4 core ports for the national economy.
Jeśli chodzi o przeładunki węgla, na przykład
When it comes to coal transshipment in Świnoujście, it dropped by 36% in the first half of this year because the import of coal from Russia was brought to a halt in the second half. We need to be prepared for a sharp increase regarding the transshipment of coal. 7, 8 or 9 million of tons of coal will have to go through our ports. We'll have to reload the coal. The port of Gdańsk will play a very important role there. And with regular supplies, Świnoujście will also play a very important role. With the size of ships delivering coal, Szczecin will not be able to help because ships are going to be sizable. Gdynia and Gdańsk do operate such quays, and our ports are prepared to handle the import of coal.
One są równoważnie ważne, że tak powiem.
And
To są sprawy związane z
equally important is the situation in agriculture. Quite recently we had a meeting at the office of the Prime Minister. We had representatives, high representatives of the Ukrainian government, and we are prepared from the 4th of July on to support the export of large volumes of grain. We're going to lift custom duties on Ukrainian wheat, and we, ports, are prepared for that. And this is already happening. For instance, in Świnoujście, we already handled 3 ships with corn, almost 80,000 tons. Our talks are in progress with companies from Świnoujście, and they discuss the topic with their prospective partners, and we have the storage capacity prepared. We are ready. The main issue is to provide regular supplies of products to the port and the transport from the port. We're able to handle all cargoes that can reach us, and we need to support the Polish maritime trade. 113 million tons last year in Szczecin and Świnoujście. We reached record high levels of 2018, and at the end of this month we will be 2 million tons above if we continue the trend until the end of this year comparing to the previous year, and everything shows that we will have to handle much more cargo, and I am convinced that this year will be a record year for us. Considering that 90% of trade takes place through sea shipping, without seaports, we would have famine and serious problems with heat during winter. Thank you very much for this intervention. Let us try and connect with our colleague from the UK. Richard, over to you. Unfortunately, we do have this technical problem. We cannot hear Richard. So once you solve the problem, please let us know and we will come back to the UK representative. We have a representative of ship operators in the panel. So let's discuss some threats or issues. Do we have time to prepare for certain things that are foreseeable? But there are also sudden developments like COVID. We suddenly suffered all, and how was it from the point of view of a ship operator, from the point of view of a transport company whose ships were in different locations in the world? What was your experience, and what conclusions for the future? What are the lessons learned by the company to be better prepared to such sudden risks that may affect us? For instance, the war in Ukraine. Thank you very much for inviting me. Very briefly, because I don't know whether it will be possible to refer to grain and steel transport in the second part of our debate. Mr. Urbáš mentioned two very important things. Time is crucial in this part of Europe. The same applies to grain. If we go to the southern parts of Poland, we know that we have a lot of rapeseed, and very soon our storages will be filled with rapeseed. Ukraine and Ukrainian fields were not prepared for the change, and 25 million tons of grain were transported on specific days by the 30th of May and 30th of June. And there is no additional space for the storage of grain from Ukraine. President Urbáš mentioned 80,000 tons of corn. Just to show you, we have Tim with us, and I'm sure he has very precise figures with him. 15 calls at 15 Ukrainian ports. Our company transported 850,000 tons of grain. 11 calls of Kamsarmax and other ships. And this shows the scale that our ports are very much needed, but in such a short time, it's not possible to develop the storage capacity and port capacity in Ukraine to be replaced. So food is also especially in North Africa, is crucial, and perhaps early spring and late winter development in Ukraine were well thought, which is terrifying for us. And now briefly about how our company reacted to the development. We do consider various operational risks. I'm curious about the assumptions made by Tim, say, 4 or 5 years ago, if it was not for COVID or the war. This fuel crisis, the demand for transition to gas would completely change the previous assumptions. The human factor is also very important for us, for ship operators. All employers struggle against a regular trend on the labor market, the difficulty in replacing aging personnel. We managed to start fruitful cooperation briefly before the war with Ukraine, with Odessa. If it was not for their seafarers who filled the gap in our company, it would be more difficult for us. Regarding onshore and offshore staff, we learned to operate in an unknown situation because we had to operate during COVID. We had to cooperate with repair shipyards. We had to deal with the replacement of crews, and sometimes our crew members were trapped on board of ships during the pandemic. I'd like to thank trade union organizations who cooperated with us and tried to mitigate tensions and uncertainty. Very frequently, tragic situations during COVID, like funerals in families, were very difficult for us. So we are much wiser regarding any such threat in the future. So our crews and companies cooperating with us have already developed procedures. We don't have the possibility to influence the situation during the war. We are not able to enter a water body until the military provides their clearance, and we are not able to operate there. And perhaps it's too late to transport Ukrainian grain. Thank you very much. We will proceed to our colleague from Ukraine to tell us about their situation. But I heard that these technical issues have been solved, so let us try and connect with our expert from the UK, the head of the British Ports Association. What is the situation from the UK perspective? Richard, over to you.
Witam, dobry dzień. Dobry Polski. I do apologize for my lack of Polish, and I also apologize for not being with you in Poland. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's wonderful to be with you and to follow speakers like Tim Power. I thought that was a very interesting thought that he shared with us. I have family in Central Europe, so yes, I'm very disappointed not to be there, but actually in Slovakia. So I have a shared interest in all things Polish and Ukrainian, and as well as the humanitarian situation and the awful situation which we extend our thoughts and best wishes to Ukraine on. I also have an interest in how that trade flows in Central and Eastern Europe, and particularly as Slovakia and Poland both have a border with a non-EU country like Ukraine, and the UK's decision to leave the European Union, which is one of the reasons I've been asked to join this panel, has created a certain situation for trade, a political decision it is indeed, and it created a situation now where the goods that are transported between the European Union and the UK are now subject to those wonderful things such as customs and other product controls at our borders, which means physical interventions and inspections, which is adding costs to about half our trade, it is. So that as well as the situation that Tim talked through, the global situation, the UK also has this very complicated new arrangement now where we have these controls and border processes at our frontiers. So the question which you very well tabled at the beginning about seaports being guardians and gateways to trade, we are complicating somewhat in the UK because about half our trade is with the European Union, and now that 50% of trade is subject to these new processes, which is, as I said, is adding delays and extra bureaucratic costs on those goods. The issue is relevant because those costs at a time of inflation are adding to our trading costs, etc. So we're in an even more challenging situation than others. Although I have to say, I do feel somewhat slightly guilty in talking about challenging situations when we have our comrades from the Ukraine on the line, who, again, we extend our best wishes to. Now, I think something we need to be aware of is how international and global the UK government's aspirations are. So we are now seeking to agree trade deals with a number of new countries and countries further afield. Many would say it's quite challenging to move your trading arrangement away from a geographical or historic political ally, but the UK indeed is attempting to do this in a modest way. So I think we will watch with interest how this changes our logistics relationship with the European Union. That said, we still import a huge amount of our food and other essential products from the European Union. So our links to the continent will remain strong and important. I think what Tim mentioned towards the end of his presentation was how, despite the very challenging situation that arises from geopolitical decisions, I think we can't escape from the environmental climate we find ourselves in, and indeed the situation where we need to decarbonise and green our industry, and that will, lead to continued dialogue and discussion between the European Union and the UK, and indeed at a global level. But the challenge here is the pace is always matched to the slowest operator. So institutions, we mentioned the International Maritime Organization here in London that regulates the shipping industry. Those institutions can only act as fast as the slowest participant on a global level. So there are some challenges here which the UK is keen to lead on, but we're seeing some delays. And of course, whilst we're keen to lead on these things, we cannot escape the fact that certain decarbonisation technology and in infrastructure improvements are going to have an economic cost, i.e. it's going to cost us money to install this infrastructure, but also to comply with our aspirations to green the planet. In terms of our wider relationship, and Tim also mentioned containers, it's probably fair to say that despite Brexit and the pandemic and a number of recent economic challenges we have faced here in the UK, Britain remains a very viable and successful economy with a big market, which importers want to take advantage of and help, etc. And our container sector remains very important to us. And those links to the Far East, where we import a lot of finished products from furniture, toys, electronic equipment, clothes, etc. We will continue to do that. So that has been untouched by many of the issues related to Brexit and other areas. However, we are seeing increased shipping costs, as Tim articulated, and the cost of a container from, as we know, from Asia to Europe has gone up dramatically. And those costs, of course, are being passed on to consumers, which all in all is not helping our situation with inflation. And finally, just to touch on fuel, the UK, of course, unlike some places in Europe, we have our own fuel supply of certain commodities. Now, things like oil and gas in the UK, we have mined and extracted our North Sea reserves over the years very successfully, but it is more expensive than extracting it from abroad. And of course, the price varies and fluctuates on a global level. So we're very much covered by those implications and issues. And the oil and gas industry is so international in nature. It's not owned by the UK government, for example. So when they extract products, we can't always source that directly for ourselves. It goes into that wider global shopping place, so to speak. However, we are in a very strong position on new technologies like offshore renewable wind, which I heard earlier mentioned in the opening comments. And we're very excited in Britain to be leading the way at the implementation of offshore wind energy. And now, increasingly, we're looking at offshore floating wind, which will be able to reach many more places. So that energy question, I think we're being forced to progress quicker than we had expected, but I think that's a good thing because there will be economic and environmental benefits. In terms of our links to Russia, we have sanctions now on shipping. There are still certain commodities that can enter into circulation in the UK, but we are gradually seeing that wind down, and the UK government has a policy aspiration to remove the use of Russian commodities like oil by the end of the year, which is quite similar to the European Union's policy aspirations. So I think if we were to have this conference this time next year, it will be very interesting to see what we're doing, how we're sourcing things, and what cost increases have had on industry. So that's my opening thoughts. Apologies again for not being with you in person, but it's great to be invited. Thank you.
Richard, bardzo dziękuję za twój głos.
Richard, thank you very much for your contribution and for sharing your experiences from British ports and the ways you cope with the challenges. There has been a lot of information about the challenges that we are facing. If I may ask our colleague from Ukraine, we suspect or we believe, based on press information, we think we understand how difficult the situation is in Ukraine right now. The ports are blocked, the warehouses are full, but what does it look like from the point of view of Ukraine? What does it look like from the inside? What are your observations and thoughts? What would be your advice or requests to ourselves, to countries neighboring Europe? How can we give you a helping hand?
Ми здогадуємося, як важко зараз виглядає ситуація на Україні. Знаємо, що склади зараз перевантажені, немає виходу товару з України. І хочемо почути питання, чи потребує Україна
question is now translated from Polish into Ukrainian.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги, мене чути?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well.
По-перше, хочу подякувати за запрошення.
Przede wszystkim chciałbym podziękować za zaproszenie.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me.
Що стосується ситуації в Україні, то з початку військової агресії з 13 морських портів наразі заблоковано 10 портів, які не працюють.
Ситуація на день dzisiejszy, która
Today,
Ситуація, яка дотичить
situation in Ukraine due to the war is the following. 10 ports are blocked and they cannot operate.
З 13, які працювали до війни.
So 10 out of 13 that had cooperated before the war started.
Зараз працюють лише 3 морські порти, які розташовані на річці Дунай.
At the moment, only 3 seaports can operate, and all of them are based on the river Danube.
Це порт Ізмаїл, порт Рені та порт Кілія.
Це порт Кіріан, порт Ізмаїл.
So Kirian, Ismail, and the third port are the 3 ports, and the port Deni are the 3 ports that continue their operation.
В рекордно короткі терміни нам вдалося збільшити перевалку цих морських портів в 5 разів.
Udało się nam w bardzo krótkim terminie
In a short time,
przeładunek do tych portów.
we managed to shift the transshipment of cargo to the 3 ports.
В травні ці порти перевалили 1,3 мільйонів тонн вантажів.
В маю те порти
In May this year, the ports reached 1.3 million of cargo transshipment.
В іюні ці порти вже перевалили більше 1,4 мільйонів тонн.
W czerwcu te porty przeładowali więcej niż
And in
1,4
June,
miliona ton.
the ports have already reloaded more than 1.4 million tons.
Менше 300 тисяч на місяць.
Te porty przeładowywali mniej niż, proszę powtórzyć.
Тобто були освоєні нові технології перевантаження.
Było osiągnięcie w nowych technologiach.
The ports increase their transshipment capacity every month, and we try to accommodate new technologies.
Нові вантажопотоки.
And we continue receiving new streams of cargo.
Відновлена необхідна інфраструктура, яка не використовувалась більше 15 років.
Infrastruktura, która nie była wykorzystana ponad 15 lat.
So the infrastructure that has not been utilized for 15 years, we restored its operation because of the situation.
Стрімкий ріст вантажопотоку, все одно цього недостатньо.
Ale nie patrząc na taki nagły wzrost.
So, regardless the sharp increase in the streams of cargo,
І основною проблемою залишається неможливість
the main problem
умістити 150
that
мільйонів
remains
тонн вантажів, які перевалювали всі порти, у ці 3 порти.
Problem jest w tym, że nie ma gdzie teraz rozmieścić
that we don't have the ability to distribute 150 million tons of cargo through the limited number of ports.
Які в свої найкращі часи перевалювали аж 5 мільйонів тонн вантажів на рік.
W najlepsze czasy w tych portach
In the best period, the ports were able to reload 5 million tons a year.
З конкретних проблем найяскравіше це пробки і черги із суден біля каналу Суліна.
Największym problemem na dzień dzisiejszy jest
Main problem today is to transport specific types of cargo through the Solina channel.
Українськими річковими портами.
To jest Zatoka Rumuńska, kanał rumuński.
The Romanian channel and the Romanian bay that are crucial since they connect the Danube River and the Black Sea.
Це єдиний морський шлях до єдиних працюючих портів України.
And this is actually the only maritime route leading between still operating ports and the sea.
На рейді цього каналу перебуває близько 100 суден.
Every day at the anchorage there we have more than 100 ships waiting.
З яких близько 70 прямують до України.
Z których około 70
And roughly
płyną do Ukrainy.
70 of them have their destination in Ukraine.
Нижнього Дунаю щодня пропускає в середньому лише 3-4 судна.
Przy tym wszystkim administracja Dolnego Dunaju
And the administration of the lower Danube can let 3 to 4 ships in.
Другою проблемою є відсутність залізничного шляху з портом Ізмаїл.
Yet another problem is the lack of railway link to the port of Ismail,
який був пошкоджений в результаті ракетного обстрілу з боку Російської Федерації.
And it is because the Russian missile attack destroyed the railway line that existed there.
Також проблемою є відсутність прямого залізничного сполучення з портом Рені.
Також проблемом є то, що нема
The same problem is also present in the Reni commercial seaport.
Зараз залізничне сполучення здійснюється через Молдову.
And the only railway line to the port leads through Moldova.
Локомотивів для перевезення наших вагонів.
And there's a shortage of locomotives in Moldova to support this transport.
І з інфраструктурних проблем також існує проблема в автомобільній інфраструктурі.
As regards issues related to the shortage of infrastructure, another one is related to road haulage.
До всіх морських портів прямує лише один автомобільний шлях.
As there is only one road link to the 3 ports.
по якому з всіх областей України до цих портів прямує щодня більше 1500 вантажних автомобілів.
Tą drogą z całej terytorii Ukrainy jedzie więcej niż 1000.
There are more than 1,000 trucks from all over Ukraine going to the ports every day.
Якщо навіть ми вирішимо всі ці проблеми,
And even though we solve all these problems that I have mentioned,
пропускна спроможність цих портів складе максимум 20 мільйонів тонн на рік.
the maximum capacity of the ports and storage facilities is 20 million tons a year.
А 20 мільйонів тонн – це лише залишки зернових з прошлого сезону зернового.
A 20 milionów zboża
And 20 million tons of grain is what is still left of the transport demand of last year, not mentioning other types of cargo.
Через проблеми в інфраструктурі та військові загрози.
Przez problemy infrastrukturalne i panującą sytuację.
The infrastructure bottlenecks and due to the war,
в 4-5 разів збільшилась вартість логістики.
W 4-5 razy zwiększyła się.
we need to cope with the increase in the logistics cost, which increased 4 to 5 times.
Окремі звіння ланцюга логістичного збільшились більше ніж 10 разів.
And there are examples showing that the overall cost of the logistics chain increased tenfold.
Є приклади, коли фрахт з Ізмаїлу до Констанци збільшився з $10 до $100 за тонну.
And the freight rates from Ismail to Constanza increased exactly 10 times, from 10 to 100.
Всі ці витрати, вони лягли на сільхозвиробника.
Wszystko to położyło się na plecy rolnika.
And of course, this has translated into the problems faced by the agriculture sector. Logistics have become very expensive, and fuel is very expensive as well.
Przez te, że добрива też w cenie wyrosli.
And all other price components increased as well. On top of that, we have the military risk.
Багато сільхозвиробників зараз дуже ретельно замислились над необхідністю здійснення посівної кампанії на наступний рік.
Bardzo dużo rolników teraz myślą nad tym, jak to ma wyglądać.
And a large number of farmers already started thinking about the situation next year and how to solve all these problems.
Зараз перед адміністрацією морських портів
Therefore, the main goal of port authorities
стоїть забезпечення економіки України
is to secure the needs of the Ukrainian economy
та експорт та імпорт життєво необхідної номенклатури товарів.
and we need to ensure imports and exports of goods that are crucial.
Дякую за увагу та бажаю всім учасникам цієї конференції мира, добра та Божої милості.
I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to wish all of you peace, all the best in life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director. Ladies and gentlemen, we all heard direct account of the situation. 10 ports closed. Only three ports can still operate, but they are transportation routes interrupted, freight rates are record high, and farmers who still don't know what's going to happen to the crops. But we are also there, and we would like to be good neighbors, and we want to help the best way possible. Let me now address Tim. How can we develop this resilience, our resilience, the resilience of our ports and transportation routes to such challenges? And in fact, we should not apply economic measures to everything. When there is a threat, there is a health and life risk, and how can we develop resilience to such challenges?
It's a very, very good question. Let us, if we just set aside war for a moment, which is an unusual and appalling disaster, and just think about the resilience of our maritime sector over the last 2 years, I think we can say that it has been remarkably resilient. I showed you at the beginning of my presentation the growth in container volume, for example, in 2021, which was 6.5%. That industry and all the maritime industry kept cargo moving. Certainly costs increased, that's for sure. But I think we should not be too gloomy, and we should recognize the achievements of everyone globally in this sector, including shipping lines, ports, everybody who has kept the supply chain going. One thing I wanted to say after your comment about guardians is logistics is an industry that is invisible until things go wrong. I hope that society and government now realize that logistics is really important. If there are any government people in the room, please remember, because it is traditionally a underappreciated industry. So those preliminary questions. The second thing we have to accept is that in the maritime sector, there is a mix of private sector and public sector participants. Private sector participants are aiming to do a great job for their customers and to make money. they must operate within policy frameworks that are set by government. In the UK, I don't know whether Richard's, maybe he's gone, but we have a very different model. Most of the port sector is entirely in private hands. Actually, it works quite well, but it is badly equipped for a situation like Ukraine. To be honest, it is not, in a way, it's not the responsibility of this industry to create contingency plans by itself. It needs government to say, we have this huge risk. We must have a strategic plan for this, and the government will pay to build capacity, ports, railway, whatever it is, because we can see this as a threat that is coming, and we will make sure that we are ready for it, and we will work with our private sector partners to make it happen. But the industry on its own, an individual port authority or an individual shipping company, they are not equipped to deal with that. And I would say it is not their responsibility. The responsibility is the responsibility of the state to set the policy. But what we can see from the experience of the pandemic, of the experience of Brexit, actually the industry is full of really capable people who can make things happen if they're given the right direction.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję. Rzeczywiście pana wypowiedź
Indeed.
taka była trafiona w punkt.
You hit the mark with your response. We do have many horrible experiences. COVID, the crisis, we learn about broken supply chains when they are already broken. And considering major challenges,
Nieważne jak duże one by były, porty tutaj nasze, które
ports, no matter how large they are,
jednak one także będą
they
potrzebowały,
need
czy potrzebują
some sort
pomocy.
of
Panie
support.
prezesie, czy na takie wyzwania właśnie,
I'd like to now refer to the
gigantyczne wyzwania,
CEO of the Port
które
Authority.
przekraczają tak naprawdę nasze granice, bo my
In
jesteśmy
case
gdzieś w
of
systemie,
challenges that
tego łańcuchu zaopatrzeń
exceed our
globalnego
borders,
świata. Czy my jesteśmy
as we are a part of the global supply chain, are we prepared?
rozwiązania
What
mogłyby
are the
wyglądać?
possible
Czy to
solutions?
wsparcie takie
And
rzeczywiście może być widoczne i czy
can we
możemy się na to
expect
tak naprawdę
a sort of
w pewnej
support,
perspektywie
or
przygotować?
can
No bo
we
jak ten świat
prepare
będzie
for such
wyglądał
challenges
rok,
because
dwa,
we
trzy
still
lata,
don't
naprawdę
know
nie wiemy
the way it's going to be in 2 or 3 years?
To jest właśnie to, tu bardzo podpisuję się obiema rękami.
Professor,
Tim powiedział,
I would subscribe with both hands to what Tim has said.
Wypowiedź była bardzo konkretna i bardzo
His statement
jasno pokazywała te
was
wszystkie zależności,
very
które istnieją.
clear, and it clearly demonstrated all their interrelations that are there. A brief comment to all of that. I recently read a book with a short statement about what the business plan is. The business plan in present times is an internally contradictive concept. And it has been proven. A plan is something based on specific premises. Whatever we want to do has to be translated into figures, and the figures have to prove that the project or undertaking that we want to implement will be economically effective. This is what it's formally called. And on the other hand, we have business. Business is currently operating under conditions of uncertainty, unpredictability, volatility, and this list could go on forever. So these two descriptions of a certain product, they do not fit one another. So we have to get out of this situation. Recently I spoke to the minister about the changes in logistics, and as Tim has rightly said, that logistics is a sector that's visible only when things go wrong, because if everything goes well, logistics in running by itself, some scientists are talking about that, but what does it really mean? Now we know what logistics is. It is congestion of cargo in warehouses and in ports in one country without the possibility to export that because of the bombing, because of the ports that are mined. and the lack of capacity in neighboring countries. So this is where logistics comes into the picture. How to reorganize it from scratch in the new conditions that we have with the ongoing war, with the COVID that is supposed to hit back after summer holidays. So if we are to repeat the situation from the past 2 or 3 years, it will certainly not be easy. But with regard to what the minister has said, we started to move away from this just-in-time concept that was ubiquitous in the 1990s to just-in-case. And we need to respond to specific cases. And this just-in-case concept in our situation of the port in Świnoujście and Szczecin can be related to what is proposed by the European Union, the green economy. It is about building the entire offshore wind industry and the entire business related to offshore wind farms. The question was, why were you so late to deal with this topic earlier? I couldn't have dealt it earlier, not myself, only the entire team. We were not able to deal with it earlier because there was nowhere to implement these projects, especially with regard to the required conditions. What was designed in Gdynia and in Gdańsk, and as far as I can here, it can still be built there. It couldn't have been implemented in Szczecin and Świnoujście for obvious reasons. When in the second half of 2020, a large number of companies appeared approaching us, who were asking us about possible opportunities. We have more than 10 NDAs signed with various countries. We had more than 100 meetings on the offshore wind topic over the last several months. And now we have a situation where a plot has become available in Świnoujście. Another situation is that we have used the preemptive purchase rights. We have acquired that plot of land in Świnoujście in January. Some days ago, 10 days ago, the second tender has been completed. We started discussions with the applicant, with the bidder, and it appears that in the next weeks, I'm an old school person. For me, a port is a port, and in the port there are terminals. So it's not an installation port. There will be a universal terminal designed for handling of oversized and heavy cargo. And this will sort out the situation. And it will be built within a deadline that is not imposed on us, but it is determined by the needs. You cannot impose things on someone. If there are such needs, all the parties involved have to implement that. So we have very intense discussions, meetings on different levels, in different locations within our country, and everything is going forward. So this is the just-in-case concept. So something unique that hasn't been there, but something that can bring new revenues to the ports in Szczecin and Świnoujście. We are now implementing 7 investment projects with a total value of 1.5 billion zlotys. Of course, part of that is funded by the European Union, but we have several hundred million of funding from our side. So these external funds will have to be repaid at some point in time. So we are looking for new sources of revenue. And the second flagship example, I heard in Gdańsk 20 years ago, they said a DCT terminal is not possible. And they succeeded. In Świnoujście, we are at the home run, at the very end of discussions with 2 applicants. We are waiting for their clarifications, and within the next several weeks, perhaps 2 months, it is a larger project that is larger than the project for the offshore wind in Świnoujście. So this project will see the signing of the contract, and we will start building a new part of the outer port. It will not be a new outer port in Świnoujście because that is already there. It will be a new component, and perhaps there will be even a third one. We are talking to the landowners, with the government. We are a state-owned company, obviously. Of course, we have owners, stakeholders in the form of municipalities of Szczecin and Świnoujście, but the majority stakeholder is the state treasury. So we have these volatile conditions that we work in, but we are trying to foresee, to anticipate certain developments and to respond to them as quickly as possible. Tim has also mentioned the relationship between the state-owned stakeholders, like this Seaport Authority, which is a state-owned company, and the companies operating in the port. We are already trying to help them. We cannot do it on our own, but we can try help them, equip them with the superstructure components that are necessary for our investment in Świnoujście. That is the Dębicki Canal and Kaszubski Berth. I'm reading that we are delayed by 3 years. We are not delayed. The contract was supposed, the original deadline for the contract was 2023, and it may happen that there will be a delay of 1 or 2 quarters. It's not by 3 years. It would be 3 years late. So those who write those news, please come to me and I will show you the reliable facts. So we try to help our operators, both in Szczecin and in Świnoujście, in acquiring funds so that the superstructure is in line with the infrastructure that we provide as the Port Authority. Of course, some of that money is our own, some of that is borrowed, and some of that comes from the European Union. So we have this hybrid financing mechanism. I don't know how much time we still have, but an additional issue that certainly helps is digitalization in its broad sense. Decarbonization, I don't know if we'll be able to discuss that. Just a brief comment here. We are working on it, we are dealing with this, but in the current situation, our efforts are focused on adapting the port to the just-in-case scenario that we have today. Because today we have to do what would normally take 24 months to prepare. We have acquired a plot of land in January and we have completed the tender in less than 6 months. So this is just in case, working in extraordinary conditions under time pressure, but everything has to be calculated. Just as usually, just as before, there has to be a business plan, there have to be calculations, and because at the end of the day we have the funds that we have to acquire from the state treasury or from Brussels, colloquially speaking, or from other sources of funding. So this is where digitalization helps a lot. This is something that we are implementing in an ongoing manner, and we are not refraining from that despite COVID, despite the war. Digitalization is one of the main objectives. It is not a priority. I prefer to have one priority only, and the priority of the port is to adjust and adapt the port to handling the cargo that can approach our ports and the cargo that is approaching our ports. And the important part of that digitalization is the PCS, the Port Community System. It has been already implemented at a number of terminals in Poland. It is undergoing several tests. It is a property of the 3 Seaports Authority of Gdańsk, Gdynia and Szczecin-Świnoujście, and it is already up and running, and we want to develop that component and expand it not only with the modules that have been created already, but with new modules that are required due to the situation in Ukraine, for example, so that we have a module where cargo from that part of Europe or to that part of Europe could be channeled in one IT component, let me call it like that. I'm not an IT specialist, but the PCS has a huge advantage over other modules. It is authorized by the State Revenue Authority. So this is important for all the users who would like to use this system. So I believe that this uncertainty has given us a lot of new ideas. Because every such problem, every such challenge, in the port we have an attitude where every problem, every challenge is an opportunity. It is an opportunity that has to be capitalized, commercialized, it has to be bankable, it has to be scalable, and so on. Those are the wise and smart things that are included in business plans. So, summing up, on behalf of the board of the Seaport Authority, we have set a certain pathway and we are following that direction. I could tell you more, but our time is limited. Similar tenders related to offshore wind projects, half a year, first half of this year ends in 3 days from now, but we'll have new offshore wind-related tenders for projects in Ostrów Grabowski in Szczecin. Thank you very much. Those examples for just-in-case concept, I perceive them as very good examples of getting ready to the current conditions, but also future situations that may emerge and apply to us, certain anomalies, if we may call them so. This is an example that we can do things quickly, efficiently, and well in Poland. And I'm very happy to see that. And if we have this IT window, IT system covering all the ports, we cannot cover all the countries that require, that need that. If we are able to do that, in case of Ukrainian cargo, it will be a good step forward. And thank you very much. And taking this opportunity of having a representative of the Polish steamship company, a ship owner operating on a global market, facing various legal, environmental requirements on a global level, but also here in the European Union, we know the aspirations of the EU with regard to decarbonization, among others. A ship owner like the company you manage, can such a ship owner manage such adaptation process on their own, or do we need to look at it in a broader manner, and as a wise owner, we need to support this type of companies in a formal way.
Thank you. We are also a state-owned company. It's difficult to earn $1 on the global market, and we cannot expect any additional funding because we are a state-owned company. We need to maintain our capacity. And the crucial thing is to have relevant staff. We need to start thinking about our employees that are going to work for us in a couple of years. We do have the shortage of engineering staff. It seems that the majority of our administration responsible for developing regulations were not very apt in physics and mathematics. And as a voice of industry, with an engineering background, I'm saying this with much regret. We can buy a zero-emission ship, and we can buy such a ship tomorrow. Where is the industry represented when it comes to electricity, waste? We can see much progress, but in this rudimentary part, to perform certain work on a certain distance, a ship is not a wristband reacting to sunlight. We have thousands of tons of grain to handle. Perhaps this conflict will make people think that for specific modes of transport, they will come up with a solution of a relevant fuel, and availability of fuels in particular areas of our operation, and how ports can develop, so together with shipyards, with manufacturers of propulsion systems and tank systems, we have several years to develop new chains and to build new ships. Even though I'm very optimistic when it comes to environmental protection, I believe that the world cannot afford a revolution and to scrap thousands of ships because regulations can change in 2 years.
Nie posypiemy, przy czym to N to jest azot, który już trzeba było
N
sypać
is
dawno na wiosnę. PK sobie
nitrogen,
chociaż nie wiadomo, bo
phosphorus
z apatytów z Rosji
and
nie
K
będzie i z Białorusi do nas przyjeżdżał na jesieni. W związku z tym
is potassium.
tutaj był wykres taki dotyczący gazu, cen gazu.
We've seen this chart showing the consumption of gas. Food prices will dramatically increase next year, and this applies not only to Poland, Ukraine, but to the rest of the world as well. Then we're going to have a reduced consumption. The majority of us need to eat something every day. Clothing is not so rudimentary.
Zły pomysł. Dobra, to...
We don't need to buy suits.
Te kontenery, o których tutaj widzieliśmy, ten olbrzymi procent zastępowalności, mogą mieć mniejsze obłożenie i te rentowności, progi
container carriers may not have enough cargo to transport.
Mogą po prostu się nie
And
wypełniać.
what Tim has mentioned,
to niestety spadek podaży globalnej i
will reduce
niż nam się wydaje.
this will reduce the global supply, but once we have the 10th Jubilee Congress, we will know much more about the situation. Thank you.
Ja z całą świadomością i premedytacją jak gdyby zadałem.
So my question was premeditated because this voice of a practitioner, a representative of a company operating such a fleet is crucial. And you're able to tell us whether it's feasible, whether we can afford such changes, because maybe the other half of the global population will suffer even more. So it's worth discussing, it's worth exchanging arguments and convincing others to good ideas. There is only a couple of minutes left for our debate, since there are a number of topics that we can discuss, and I'm pretty sure you had some ideas to share your views on them. Let me refer to you, so if you could wrap up our debate, for instance, Tim, considering this global market, the increase in cargo movement, what is your overview of the situation? If you could briefly wrap up our discussion.
That is an unusually difficult question to answer this year, but if I can use some very general terms, I think the industry needs to have resilience. We've demonstrated it has, but it has to keep working to improve resilience. And resilience means the ability to absorb shock. Okay. The second thing is what in English we would call agility, which is the ability to move quickly, as you were describing, accelerate processes. When you see something you know is real, it's a bit like sailing. I race my boat every week on the River Orwell near Felixstowe, and the wind shifts a lot. Sometimes the shift goes and then goes back. Sometimes it stays. When you know that shift has really happened, you tack. So it is the ability to see what is a real shift and then move fast. So I think those are the two things. Let's be resilient and let's be agile.
Bardzo dziękuję. Panie prezesie.
Thank you very much. And to the CEO of the Port Authority.
To wszystko, co powiedziałem, składa się na tą taką cechę portu, portu w naszym przypadku, bo zarządzamy 2 portami,
comprises
która jest
the feature of our 2 ports,
uniwersalność. To jest
which can be encapsulated in the term universality. This translates to the resilience of the ports to the current situation, so all our investment and infrastructure projects that are in progress are a proof of that. When it comes to Świnoujście, we expand the LNG terminal. This is one of the components of decarbonization. We increase the capacity of the LNG terminal. We rebuild the ferry base there. We create a modern terminal that can operate as an intermodal facility, and in the nearest future, it should be possible to shift from road to rail. In 1987-88, in the port of Gdynia, we had a train, a cargo train, going to Vienna. It was a type of a piggyback transport. Trailers were packed on railway cars and they were transported to Vienna. We discussed the access to ports and transport corridors very little, but it's difficult to fit all the topics in a debate that takes 2 hours. The general cargo and the break bulk cargo and bulk cargo areas in the port of Szczecin have already been rebuilt. Another flagship project is the building of the service terminal for offshore wind farms in Świnoujście. We're going to develop industrial and port functions at the Ostrów Grabowski Island. All this fits into universality and the focus on the decarbonization and the introduction of green industry into the economy. Andrzej, over to you. I would love to be able to come up with a modern vessel within a month and a half. So perhaps in 2023-2024 we can start building a new modern vessel. We have IMO representatives in the room. We still don't know what's going to happen early 2026. It's very bad for all of us because on top of this tremendous cost of fuel, and if we are discussing modern fuels today, we still don't know what's going to happen in 2026, which is almost tomorrow, very soon. And perhaps the low level of emission and emission cost to the cost of fuel, which is negligible, both should be discussed between the EU and IMO, so the rate of return on ships should not be dramatically high, and it should be there. We are prepared for the resilience, for the absorption of shocks that Tim referred to. This is something normal, but quick changes in regulations are not normal. I can comment on this with 3 terms: readiness to introduce fast changes, this agility that Tim highlighted, universality that the representative of the Ports Authority mentioned, and foreseeability that we can be prepared for. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending the panel. I'd like to thank panelists for your good contribution, which combined knowledge and reason, and my apologies for any inconveniences on the part of the moderator. Thank you very much. Professor.
moderatorów, którzy kończą
There are
punktualnie.
few moderators who
Genialnie,
finish
prawda?
on time.
Gratulacje, dziękuję.
Absolutely genius. A round of applause for you.
Profesor, doktor habilitowany
Profesor,
kapitan Janusz Uriasz, prorektor
Dr. Habilitated Engineer Captain Janusz Uriasz, the Deputy Rector for Innovation and Development at the Maritime University in Szczecin. I'd like to thank Team Power, Andrzej Wróblewski from the Pulse team, Krzysztof Urbas, the CEO of the Szczecin-Świnoujście Seaports Authority, and Richard Ballantyne, attending offline, online, and Wieczysław Woronow, the Deputy Director at the Maritime Authority of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a 30-minute break. Please come back on time, and we're going to have another debate. Thank you very much. or we should start?
No dobrze, to 5 minut jeszcze.
Okay, let's give our
Drodzy Państwo, w takim razie proszę zająć
Ladies
miejsca.
and
Zapraszam
gentlemen,
na
please
naszą
take your
kolejną
seats.
debatę.
Let's
To jest taka
start
formuła otwarta, jak
our
widać,
second
drzwi otwarte, więc będą
discussion.
kolejni goście,
We have an
uczestnicy
open door
na naszym
formula,
spotkaniu będą się pojawiać.
so
Nie jest
perhaps
to oczywiście
more
zabronione.
attendees will
Drodzy
join.
Państwo, kolejna debata, temat
Ladies
rewizja
and gentlemen,
sieci
the topic of this
TNT,
debate
gwarancji
is
stabilności
revision of the
ciepłości,
TEN-T network as a guarantee of
Europy.
stability
Taki
and
temat
continuity
zgłosi
of
ta część
Europe's
naszego,
transport strategy.
Kongresu
This
Morskiego,
is
to nasza,
the
ta nasza dyskusja.
title of this part of the Maritime Congress. An efficient transport system within the EU is intended to improve the operation of the single internal market, stimulate economic growth within the EU. We are in a group of experts, people dealing with that on a daily basis, so it doesn't have to be explained. How to adapt the network maps to the current infrastructure priorities of individual member states, and how to fit it in the concept of the 3Cs initiative, for example. So the TEN-T revision is a guarantee of stability and continuity of Europe's transport strategy. Michał Graban from the Association of Polish Regions of the Baltic Adriatic Transport Corridor, he will give the introductory presentation and then we'll have a discussion. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers. My name is Michał Graban. I work at the West Pomeranian Marshal's Office and the Eugeniusz Kwiatkowski University of Administration and Business in Gdynia with an important patron, Eugeniusz Kwiatkowski. But I'm working at the Pomeranian Marshal's Office. And we have an association called the Association of Polish Regions of the Baltic Adriatic Transport Corridor. And I will represent this association today. And the The moderator of the panel, Krzysztof Żarna, also represents that association. It groups Polish regions located along the Baltic-Adriatic transport corridor in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, I will talk about the TEN-T network. To understand the TEN-T network, you need to have a holistic approach. We need to know what Europe is in a holistic manner. We need to have a holistic approach and a cohesive concept and vision of Europe in terms of transport and the European transport system. What is the European transport system and what it is in the global context? So these issues will be discussed in my presentation. Let me start. The revision of the TEN-T network as an implementation of a certain plan for Europe's transport strategy. My presentation will consist of three main issues. Three main parts: the introduction, assumptions of the TEN-T network and what it is. We are in a group of experts, so we don't have to remind you any obvious things, but I will repeat some basic things. And then I will present the revision of the TEN-T network, which is currently underway, and it is supposed to be finished by next year. And then some final words about the European transport system against the backdrop of the global, worldwide transport system. We live in a time when we have to look geopolitically about the whole world, and Europe is a part of that global geopolitics. Transport policy has always played an important role in Europe due to the need of spatial cohesion related to equalizing disproportions in access to infrastructure. We can talk about social cohesion, economic cohesion, but we can also talk about spatial or transport cohesion. It is about various regions in Europe not to be treated disproportionately with regard to access to infrastructure. And this is related to one of the overarching principles of the European Union, to equalize all disproportions. The second item is related to sustainable development, related to environmental protection and reduction of emissions to the atmosphere. This is also a very key topic in the EU's priorities. We are all aware of that, and there will be other panels of the conference focusing on those issues. That is sustainable development, or zero emissions, and so on. And other two bullet points. European transport plays an important role also for geopolitical reasons. This is not often mentioned with regard to the TEN-T network, but the present times related to threats related to the pandemic or to the Russian aggression on Ukraine force us to look at transport not only from the point of view of cohesion and sustainable development, but also from the point of view of geopolitical interests and global supply chains. So Europe's location predestines it as an important player on the global scene. So this is the geopolitical role. And we need to take into account the strategic role of seaports and maritime supply chains. So this fourth point is related to the third point, the strategic role of supply chains.
Proszę Państwa, istotny wpływ na europejski i globalny system transportowy ostatnio wywarły takie zdarzenia.
The European transport system has been affected by events such as the COVID pandemic or the Russian-Ukrainian war, and especially the war in the eastern part of the continent forces us to rethink the layout of specific transport corridors in Europe, especially with regard to catering to the transport needs of Ukraine. It is an extremely important topic, and we'll mention that multiple times today. So it is a new phenomenon and a new challenge that we have to face. It is a reset for our awareness. We need to open up to challenges and problems with a completely new character. So those events have reconfigured transport routes and they have shortened the global supply chains. This has been mentioned multiple times: reconfiguration, regionalization, deglobalization, or shortening the global supply chains. A very important topic. So let's move on to the first main part of the presentation. So the assumptions for the TEN-T network in the European transport system. So the document shaping the TEN-T transport corridor network is the regulation of 2013. So next year we'll have the 10th anniversary of that regulation, and the regulation mentions that the Trans-European Transport Network increases social, economic and territorial cohesion of the EU and contributes to creating a uniform European transport area which is efficient and sustainable, increases benefits to the users, and supports socially inclusive growth. So those are topics that are important in the EU nomenclature. So we have a uniform European transport system, social and spatial cohesion, and social inclusion. Very important things in the EU terminology. And in line with that regulation 1315, the European transport network has been divided into core network and comprehensive network. The core network should be completed by 2030 and the comprehensive network by 2050. And this includes all kinds of transport: road, rail, aviation, inland waterways, all the hubs, terminals, inland ports, railroad terminals, and urban hubs. So in general, in total, we have 94 seaports, 37 airports, and smaller components of infrastructure like terminals, intermodal terminals. In Poland, we have 40 intermodal terminals, but out of that, about 20 are part of the TEN-T network. Not all European terminals are part of the TEN-T network. And not all of them meet the requirements of TEN-T intermodal terminals. So we have rail, road infrastructure, inland shipping infrastructure, both linear and point infrastructure. The TEN-T network is also based on the use of state-of-the-art transport technologies, intelligent transport systems, ITS, IT systems for management of air and rail traffic, the ERTMS system for rail traffic, vessel traffic monitoring systems, e-maritime services, and river information services. This also includes various intermodal transport technologies, which is very much in line with EU terminology and with things that are important for the EU. So these types of transportation technologies are being used here. So let's take a look at the corridors. We can see the 9 corridors of the core network. From Poland's point of view, the most important ones are those that cross Poland. One from the North Sea to the Baltic Sea, the one in red. But in my opinion, the one that has major importance, fundamental importance for the maritime economy, for supply chains, for intermodal chains, is the Baltic-Adriatic corridor, because it is a meridional transport corridor, which is a backbone of Poland's transport infrastructure. And it is also a backbone of those meridional transport corridors are backbone of European transport system. But we can see a certain competition. We can see the Scandinavian Mediterranean transport corridor, which is much longer. We can see a certain congestion or concentration of transport corridors in Germany. If we are to talk about what has been already completed with regard to the TEN-T network, with regard to the core network, most of them have been completed. For majority of projects, the progress level is 80 to 100%. As for rail infrastructure, there are different metrics like electrification, track gauge, ERTMS implementation, and so on. And as for the railway network, we can see the progress from 11% for ERTMS. In Poland, the progress level is higher, but for other cases, track gauge, electrification, 89%, axle load, 76%, speed, 86%. So we can see that the majority of the targets have been achieved. For road projects, we have 100% progress, 100% completion. As for inland waterways, we have 85 to 98% completion, but this is about inland waterways that are part of the TEN-T network. Those inland waterways crossing Poland, the E50, E40 and E70 are not part of the TEN-T network. So they are not covered by this statistic.
So we can see that regarding the core network, the majority projects were implemented, inland waterways and motorways, not bad at all. A very important role is played by the development zone of the Baltic-Adriatic zone. It is situated in the center of Europe, and as you can see to your right, it has the West Pomeranian and Pomeranian branches, and going downward, we proceed towards Italy, going through Slovakia, Austria, Slovenia, and to Italy. But there is also a branch towards Romania and Ukraine. So this will create the 3 Cs area or links. And then this access to Scandinavia. This corridor should also have a branch going to Sweden primarily and to Scandinavia in general, based on the Gdynia, Karlskrona, Świnoujście, Trelleborg, motorways of the sea to the Skanska region. If not formally, then we should concentrate cargo streams so they go from Sweden to Polish ports instead of going through Klaipeda or German ports. And our association is very active in this area, and we also applied to take into consideration to take this extension of the corridor during the recent revision of the TEN-T network. That is what we have already done in the TEN-T network. And let us now focus on the main topic of my intervention, that is the revision of the network and all issues related to it. Since 2018, in general, we've been preparing for the revision of the network scheduled for 2023. Of course, there can be some delays because of the war in Ukraine. Minister Grubarczyk has mentioned that during his speech today. At the moment, we have 10 days
we Włoszech.
In Italy.
Gdzie, przepraszam? W Lyonie, tak? Przepraszam, w Lyonie.
In France, my apologies, in Lyon.
się pokrywa z naszymi tutaj obchodami.
And this event coincides with the Maritime Congress.
Także tam być może również będzie więcej informacji w Lyonie.
And perhaps more information can be shared there in Lyon regarding the new schedule for the revision of the TEN-T network, as all representatives of transport corridors can meet there. Every corridor, perhaps I should mention, has its own coordinator and work plan, list of projects. The list of projects for the Baltic-Adriatic corridor includes 750 projects. And they also have this schedule of meetings. Every year meetings in Brussels take place. And out of 9 corridors that I have shown you, every one of them has their own corridor, and Jensen from Denmark is the coordinator for our corridor, and everything is coordinated at the EU level. There are consultations regarding recommendations on TEN-T revision with national governments, and these consultations have continued since 2018. The Polish government established a ministerial team or a committee on the revision of TEN-T, and we, the Association of the Baltic-Adriatic corridor, participated in such meetings that took place in 2018 and 2019 within the ministerial team. And this is where we put forward our motions, our suggestions and comments. The external context for the revision of the network is provided by specific documents, policy documents of the EU adopted after 2013, and they can be compared to an alarm signals regarding the environment, these include Green Deal and the smart mobility strategy. These policy documents call for the reduction of greenhouse gases from transport by 2050. So until 2050, Europe should reach climate neutrality. There are a number of other recommendations in the documents and goals, and these include the increase in railway transport, intermodal transport, short sea shipping, inland navigation and inland shipping, and fast railway transport, energy-efficient technologies, low-emission fuels, hybrid propulsion systems to reduce the emission of flue gas to the atmosphere and to proceed towards more green or greener and friendlier Europe. In this context for the revision, we can see that there is a suggestion to increase interoperability between nodes in the network, so they are more connected. We should increase links between urban nodes. The so-called urban nodes have not been well represented and discussed during the meetings on the revision of the TEN-T network. Yet another thing is, as you well know, apart from the core network corridors, we have the rail freight corridors. And the Baltic-Adriatic corridor is corridor number 5, and they roughly overlap or coincide with the core network corridors, but these corridors actually focus on railway transport of freight in particular. And it's important to coordinate freight corridors with the core network corridors. We should increase alternative fuel technologies, smart digital solutions, and so on and so forth. So we should focus on those alternative fuels and involve new technologies in transport. We should also increase the role of cross-border projects, like the Silesia projects implemented together with Czech Republic, Pomerania and Sweden. These border projects play a very important role. We should implement a three-stage implementation schemes. It should be 2030, 2040 and 2050. So we have an additional milestone of 2040. We should appreciate the role of European coordinators to make them important actors of the European policy, to help them participate in important meetings. The European Union has 9 coordinators. Every coordinator is responsible for a corridor. Their role should be increased, and they should implement their goals and important tasks, and they should influence the European policy rather than deal with only technical issues related to the progress and monitoring of developing reports. They should extend beyond the legal framework and to move towards creating development zones within corridors. Corridors as zones of accelerated development that guarantee innovation in the economy and economic growth, especially the south-north corridors between Baltic and Adriatic and others. The Polish government put forward proposals for specific regions. This is what we did within the ministerial committee. The most important proposals is to include Via Carpathia into the core network and the central transportation port of solidarity, the development of V4 fast railway transport, and to connect inland waterways E40, E60 and E70 into the core network. Let me brag a little bit. From our point of view, from the point of view of our association, we feel what we actually need in the Baltic Adriatic corridor. Our region put forward some suggestions and recommendations. We wanted to include railway line 201 from Gdynia to Bydgoszcz through Kościerzyna, C59, C59 and 201, and the railway line connecting Gdańsk and Szczecin, and to include all of them in the core network. Another proposal that we put forward as the association is to extend the Baltic Adriatic corridor to cover Scandinavia, Sweden in particular, based on the motorways of the sea. There are several different motorways there. We should attract Scandinavian markets. We should increase trade there and transit between Poland and Scandinavia. Scandinavia is a strategic partner for Poland. We should include inland waterways to the TEN-T network and intermodal nodes in the Kujawsko-Pomorskie province in the core networks. Nodes in Solec, Milianowo. This has not been recognized, however, and the revision process accelerated. Last year, there were 3 rounds of bilateral meetings with member states, various consultations from February till May. Proposals were assessed, evaluated by a special committee, which published their comments in July 2021. And on the 14th of December, 2021, they published the impact assessment and the legislative proposal. In 2022, consultations continue, including the meeting in Lyon.
Trwają konsultacje propozycji z Komisją i Parlamentem Europejskim, czyli w tym roku właśnie trwają
involving the European Commission and the European Parliament. And the regulation should be adopted in 2023, provided nothing changes. On the 14th of December last year,
opublikowany został wniosek Komisji Europejskiej dotyczący zmiany
motion of the European Commission was published regarding changes in regulations applicable to TEN-T network. These are preliminary proposals showing what the European Commission agreed to. They would like to establish a new corridor between Baltic, Black Sea and Baltic Aegean Sea. Via Carpatica is a very important project, provided it continues all the way from Lublin to Warsaw and to Polish ports. S7 from Warsaw along the Baltic-Adriatic corridor. This will not necessarily have to go to Klaipeda, because Klaipeda is our competitor. So Polish regions and association, the Polish government should take care of the interest of Polish ports. We are satisfied with this particular corridor, though the Via Carpatia railway line has some major advantages. We applied, or we called for including Hungary in the corridor, and we should introduce this midterm of 2040 to accelerate the development of the comprehensive network, including Budapest-Bucharest link, in line with developing new trade routes with the East. This should be seen in a much broader picture, and this European component is only a part of this puzzle. Railway corridors should be integrated with the TEN-T network. The minimum speed for passenger transport should be 60 and 80 for freight transport. We should develop more cargo terminals within the corridor, because, for instance, we have 40 only, and in Germany, in the corridor passing through Germany, there are more than 100 terminals. So they actually have 6 times more such facilities than in Poland. Until 2025, we should have 404 large cities within the TEN-T network, and they will have to develop plans for sustainable urban mobility to include urban nodes in the overall system. This is also linked to the role of local governments, cities. Although cities do not have such competences, but their voice is really important in the European Union. And just as our organization, we put forward such proposals. The network became more dense, and we have various links in between. They included Hungary and the 2 corridors more. And the Polish government opts for including the eastern part of our country within these corridors. The European transport system and international relations. International links is yet another topic. I just want to mention the European system as a part of global routes. TEN-T corridors should be also seen in this context, in the context of trade relations between Europe and Asia, the so-called Silk Route going onshore and offshore. If we enter Europe, the Black North Sea, Baltic, or through a sea to deep water container terminals, there should be a bridge within the Three Seas area and the connection with China, distributing cargo northward towards Czech, Slovakia, and Scandinavia, and southward to the Black Sea and Aegean Sea, and then through sea routes from the Black Sea ports, Mediterranean ports, and there are also links through Gibraltar, North Sea, and to deep water container terminals, and then the transport from China, from the Silk Route, can enter the Baltic-Adriatic corridor. The European transport system, and particular countries along those corridors, can be important players, global players. Poland, because of its central location in Europe, with good and well-developed terminals and logistics centers, can play a very important role in the region in terms of logistics and distribution. And how to solve this problem, how to develop this new geopolitical role by Poland in terms of political and economic relations with Poland and with Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michał Graban, the Association of Polish Regions of the Baltic-Adriatic Transport Corridor. And the speakers in this part of our discussion are Mr. Przemysław Daca, CEO of Polish Waters, Grzegorz Dziedzina, Acting Deputy Director General of the Road Authority, Franciszek Komora from the Association of Haulers of the Slovak Republic, Kazimierz Koralewski from the Gdynia Seaport Authority, Mr. Rafał Zgorzelski from the Polish Railways Board for Strategy and Logistics, and Mr. Krzysztof Żarna from the Szczecin University, the Association of Polish Regions of the Baltic-Adriatic Transport Corridor, will moderate the session. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Since we are all here, we can start. A small compliment to the presentation. Sorry, Michał, I am from Szczecin, and in the context of the TEN-T network, a very important thing has happened, a very important thing for me has happened, related to Szczecin and to West Pomeranian region. Michał presented it on the map, but I would like to point out that since 2019, as confirmed by the revision of the TEN-T network, the connection between Szczecin and Berlin has been included in the North Sea Baltic Sea transport corridor. This is very important for us here in Szczecin. So we are at the confluence of two TEN-T corridors, the Baltic-Adriatic and the North Sea Baltic corridor. So just a brief side remark, but this topic is extremely important for us here in West Pomerania. Moving on to the topic of our discussion today, the word revision is the one that is of key importance. Gentlemen, chairman. You are well known in the industry, and the industry, the community is well represented at the conference, at the Congress. Your institutions, your organizations, your associations are also well known. But I dare say that your role and the role of your organizations in the context of cooperation on the update of the TEN-T network and its implementation is not so well known. So as a warm-up, in the first question, I would like to ask you to respond to that. What is the role of your organizations in the revision process of the TEN-T network? Do you take part in the works related to consultations, corridor forums, or are you more focused on implementation issues with regard to solutions proposed by the coordinators and the European Commission in their documents related to the TEN-T network? And let me start with the port in Police, starting from the north. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation to this discussion. The TEN-T network, I think for all of us sitting here, is an important issue. It is of essence. The port in Police, as the fourth largest port in Poland, has its ambitions. It is expanding, and it would like to participate in the opportunities offered by the port's location in the network, in the TEN-T network. We are currently a port that is included in the comprehensive part of the network. So the port is not treated as a component of the core network of TEN-T. It is part of the comprehensive network, which means that we do not have such possibilities to apply for EU funding as our competitors. Well, we do support our competitors, like ports in Szczecin and Świnoujście. We are all working for the development of the region and the country. However, similarly to other ports, we need to find our place in this debate. The ministry is consulting its position and then presenting it on a European level. So the presentation that started our discussion today has clearly demonstrated that in its global and European dimension, this network does not fully cover the whole area of Europe. If we look at the part related to Poland, we can see some white spots, some blank spots. So what does it mean? This means that on the one hand, the TEN-T network should help minimize transport exclusion. If we represent transport institutions, seaports, airports, we always look from our own point of view with regard to the weaknesses of the network. Sitting in Szczecin and representing the West Pomeranian region, we would like West Pomerania to be highlighted on a map, not as a component of some kind of any solution, but for example, with regard to the Oder River waterway. All the analyses show that it is a potential corridor that has not been utilized yet. From the point of view of an Oder River port like Szczecin or Police, but also Świnoujście, there is a huge potential for river transport, for inland transport along the Oder River waterway. All the analyses show that this solution would not only be economical, but also environmentally friendly. And I'm very happy to see Mr. Daca here in this panel from the Water Authority. So he will be able to respond to that on the part of the Polish Water Authority. It's not only about inland shipping and sea shipping, but also hinterland transport, so railway and road links. Police are fortunate enough to be located in such a way, and I had the pleasure to talk about that on the Polish Szczecin radio station. Police is a West Pomeranian hub. We are aware, of course, of our scale. However, any analyst would say that this is the time slot, this is the time window of opportunity where it's worth looking at this part of the Polish state of the region. Why? We are a great construction site. On the one hand, we have completed the fairway dredging project to the 12.5-meter depth. It is a very important component, and big congratulations and words of gratitude to the Minister, Mr. Grubarczyk, and the Port Authority in Szczecin Świnoujście and the Maritime Office. This will allow larger vessels to call at the ports in Szczecin Świnoujście. So we are richer from the water side, so we are more competitive, we have more opportunities and capabilities. And I am very happy to see the director from the National Road Authority, because the second part of the infrastructure that we are still missing is the western bypass, road bypass of Szczecin. It is important for the entire metropolis because the passage, the tunnel under the Oder River would go underneath the port in Police. So it is a multi-billion zloty investment project, and if it succeeds, the entire region will have better transportation access, and we would have better accessibility not only to the eastern part of the province, but also to the airport located in Goleniów. Now, getting to Goleniów airport takes 70 or 80 minutes. If the tunnel exists, when the tunnel exists, it would be 10 to 15 minutes. So I'm presenting a broader picture of transportation and infrastructure and investments. So the history is happening before our eyes. And the presentation that we have seen at the outset of our discussion today clearly shows that analysts acknowledge the fact that the S6 expressway could be part of the TEN-T corridors. The Oder River waterway as well. It is yet another transport corridor, transport artery for the region. We'll probably also be talking about railway connections, railway infrastructure that are very important. All the goods that will reach the seaport by sea will have to be transported into hinterland. So that is why we need roads and railway infrastructure. And the port in Police, as the fourth largest port in Poland, is the only one that doesn't have a direct railway link. But thanks to cooperation with PKP PLK, we are carrying out a project allowing for the port to have a railway connection, which may mean that the port in Police will become a place where all corridors will cross each other. It will be an important transport node. And coming back to the main topic, Police, Szczecin and West Pomerania should be better represented on this map. We have an open discussion. This is a discussion that is taking place with the representatives of the Polish government, and they are discussing on the European level. We have some strong arguments. We have both an economic, business and environmental case, and we are presenting these arguments, and we hope that that we'll be successful in this discussion. Thank you very much. Mr. Daca was called to answer this question, but let me stick for a while to the seaport's perspective. Could I ask the CEO from Gdynia?
Ladies and gentlemen, the port of Gdynia maritime port enjoying the status of the port within the core network, and we've been represented during all meetings. We provide our opinions on the documents within the forum of the corridor, and this activity is necessary to be able to influence not only our immediate environment, this is beyond any question, regarding be it railway lines, roads. We'd like to be within the motorway of the sea to Scandinavia, and to attract cargo from Southeast Europe and South Europe as well. So the Baltic-Adriatic corridor is an artery. And the influence of the corridor leading to Turkey is also beyond any question. And we need to closely monitor the changes in cargo flows. The pandemic definitely introduced much chaos in logistics, but economic potentials of particular countries are decisive regarding the flow of cargo and the importance of corridors. Therefore, revisions or this revision of the network is important because once decisions are made, you can be excluded, you can stay beyond the network for many years to come, which will reduce the possibility to attract EU funding. So the revision is necessary regarding the access to the EU budget. Without additional financing, it is not possible to develop such infrastructure, or at least not possible to have this infrastructure in a foreseeable future. Business is attracted to corridors because they guarantee fast transfers of cargo and goods, and this is definitely an advantage for companies. Depending, of course, on regulations adopted at the EU level. We can see that businesses are interested in corridors at every level, the central level, level of the central government, regional and local level, and they want to know about the progress of discussions and whether we participate. We receive such questions from local governments, from various other authorities, and therefore we need to be there, we need to remain active. If someone asked, what are our recommendations and suggestions in particular? I would say that this is the idea that Michał Graban referred to in his presentation. If these corridors evolve and expand, covering new directions and develop transportation capability through Ukraine, Middle East to Asia, then this will generate additional benefits for such institutions as the port of Gdynia. Of course, we need to take into consideration our own interests, but we need to remember that we have a mission. If our port has an intellectual, economic and financial potential, we believe that we should be a part of the process, even though it involves a certain cost. Just a word of summary. We need to admit that the engagement of ports in the revision process is very deep. ports have their separate group at the Corridor Forum, and they work very hard on it. Thank you very much. Let us continue discussion on the access to ports. Perhaps Mr. Daca would like to take the floor. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, our ports are very much engaged. They are very active. Every important European port needs to have access from the side of land, and ports like Szczecin, Świnoujście, Gdańsk and Gdynia have been active to develop road and railway access to their ports. The Polish Waters is an organization supervising and providing administration to inland waterways. According to the water law, we are an investor. So, in case of the discussion on TEN-T network, we are a part of it. We consult certain proposals, and we wait for the final decisions to be made, because then we will have to implement certain projects. Ports are very much interested in developing inland waterways, and we can see that the Port Authority of Szczecin, Świnoujście and Gdańsk, they developed their strategic documents, which are feasibility studies for the development of the Oder waterway and adjusting it to international standards, and the Vistula waterway and the Polish waters purchase the documentation, and we transfer the documentation to the Ministry of Infrastructure, since the ministry has been developing a strategic plan for the development of the two waterways. Beginning with Szczecin, and analyzing the transport situation there, the Oder waterway has been developed. We restore international parameters in two stages. We've been implementing an international Polish-German agreement on restoring Class 3 parameters on the river of Oder, mainly for the security of ice breaking, and we improve navigation parameters for inland shipping. There are a number of projects implemented on the Oder waterway, the Gliwice Canal. We renovated all locks there, so it's possible to promote inland shipping there, and we just wait for the increase of cargo transport. We completed the Malczyce project, and we're in the process of developing a design and relevant environmental permits for the building of two weirs, and we've been rebuilding facilities on the Oder waterway.
Czasami się pokazywały ostatnio w mediach, realizujemy
and we also modernized the Oder waterway on the border strip, upgrading it to Class 3. We have an agreement, a contract signed with the contractor, relevant funding allocated, and everything shows that the project will continue. On this occasion, I'd like to mention that the Polish waters perhaps may need a bit more public support, because the investment projects on the Otter waterway, there are certain attempts to bring these projects into hold. There is a parliamentary team responsible for renaturalization of the Oder waterway to prevent any projects, regulatory projects. There are environmental organizations, especially in Germany, which lobby for such development. One of the ruling parties there is the Green Party, and they try to make our projects more difficult. And I'd like to appeal for public organizations to become even more involved in the process. And when I was responsible for inland shipping and navigation in the Ministry of the Maritime Economy and Inland Navigation, such organizations were more active. And this is what we've been missing. We are at a very crucial moment, and without such support,
przyszłości alternatywę, że te wszystkie nasze prace i szczytne zamierzenia
all our plans and projects might be blocked in the future. In the case of inland waterways and the TEN-T network, this does not necessarily involve EU funding for the investment. The European Commission does not want to provide hard infrastructure projects, especially the development of weirs, locks. Some modernization projects are possible. The same applies to water retention projects and the development of flood embankments. And we can see the priority of inland shipping.
O których tutaj też przed chwilą mówiliśmy, dróg wodnych do sieci TEN-T nie do końca rozwiąże problem.
The inclusion of inland waterways within the TEN-T network may not solve the problem. There were several attempts to do the same with E30 and E40 and E70, which is a separate topic, to include them in the TEN-T network. And so far, this has not been very much welcomed by the European Commission. On the one hand, they claim that Poland does not have specific plans and environmental permits or strategic documents adopted to adjust these waterways to Class 4, and this can be reached by the completion of the regulation of the Oder River and the Vistula River, and through lobbying of international environmental organizations. The financing of such projects is blocked. As regards the Vistula River, which is a bit more difficult in terms of navigation comparing to Oder, the Polish waters worked on the rebuilding of regulatory facilities, especially in the lower stretch of the river, which is correlated with local government plans to develop a transport node in the Kujawsko-Pomorskie province in the town of Solec Kujawski. We'd like to rebuild regulatory facilities there in the lower stretch of the river to improve navigation parameters and to maintain 180-meter depth at the longest stretch possible. And of course, we've been investing regarding the development of another. We are below Włocławek in Sierzew, and this should also lengthen the waterway, international waterway of that class available above Włocławek. And then, further, if we succeed with the Sierzewo project, this will reverse the situation. We'll be able to show that something can be done in line with environmental requirements, and this should perhaps reverse the trend and increase investment in Polish rivers, in Polish inland waterways. In the geopolitical context and the war behind our eastern border, we are contacted by serious partners, and we can see more interest in inland waterway transport as an alternative to the transportation of goods from the east. And also in the context of the Green Deal, the change of energy priorities, there is much interest. And there are also proposals to provide additional financing for our projects. And we struggle against years of negligence when nothing or almost nothing was done. So we would very much need international class inland waterways. So the Polish waters have been monitoring the situation. We've been discussing all these topics with our ministry, and we are ready to implement investment projects planned.
Thank you very much. I think this call for action, this appeal was very important, and I hope that one day we'll meet at the Maritime Congress and we will have an introductory presentation on the TEN-T network, and we will be able to see both inland waterways, the E30 and the E40, as part of the TEN-T network. And let's hope this happens in a foreseeable future. I'm looking towards Mr. Rafał Zgorzelski, member of the board of PKP, Polish Railways. Could we hear your opinion on this topic? You represent the mode of transport that, it's no exaggeration to say that there is a priority for rail transport in the TEN-T network. Is it really the case, and can you feel it? Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you for the invitation to this discussion, and I'm very happy to see that the representatives of various modes of transport meet at the International Maritime Congress. Polish Railways perform three or four functions. On the one hand, we are managers of railway stations. We have 550 of them. We are one of the largest owner and manager of commercial real estate. Thirdly, we are the owner of companies such as PKP Cargo or PKP Intercity for freight and passenger transport, respectively. And there's also the fourth dimension, fourth perspective, which is particularly vital in the current context. The Polish railways and railways as such are part of critical infrastructure, strategic critical infrastructure of the state. And it is very important, and we can see it, we knew it earlier, but perhaps it might escape our attention. We did not pay attention to this geopolitical context, defense-related context, and Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine clearly shows that and demonstrates the vital importance of railways in these struggles. So the Polish State Railways, PKP, as a joint stock company, we are not a freight or passenger rail services operator, but from the point of view of the strategic management department and our representative office in Brussels, which is very active and it participates in legislative processes, we have been and we will be involved in all initiatives with a legislative character. We have cooperated very closely with the relevant Ministry for Transport, in this case the Ministry of Infrastructure, and of course with the Polish government. And it is worth noting that the key calls, requests or postulates that we have put forward have been included or taken into account by the Polish government and the European Commission. And these were related to the location of rail and road terminals, intermodal terminals, where we focused on those two important aspects, that is economic development and also defense and security of the state and the region. And those requests or motions that we have put forward have been included in this revision. When preparing myself for this meeting, I designed several slides to present the most important points, and the Solidarity Transport Hub region has been added to the list of preliminary list of rail terminals. Bydgoszcz Południe, Emilianowo, comprehensive network, Warsaw Południe, Warsaw South, and Góra Kalwaria for the comprehensive network, and Lublin was added to the comprehensive network. But we have also raised the issue of the need to build a new corridor between the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, and the Aegean Sea. There are many more things appearing in the revision. I will not list all of them, but a number of railway lines like Bydgoszcz-Gdynia and high-speed railways added to the core network, the extension of the central railway trunk line, and the Rail Baltica line was added to the high-speed rail list. So there is many more items on this list. This hasn't appeared yet in this discussion, but from my point of view, the issue of the 10T revision is not closed yet. It is an open topic because, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on the point of view, Russia's aggression on Ukraine has opened up a new perspective. And on the 12th of May, the European Commission published a new communication related to the so-called Solidarity Transport Corridors. And there are announcements related to the modification of this approach that was confirmed in November and December 2021. So that in the next revision of 10T, that is non-binding documents, they should include a new situation, take into account the new situation and the new capabilities. And I'm very glad to see that Ukraine would be included in this revision, or even Moldova, even further afield. So this was all presented in this interesting presentation, but it's not a closed topic. It is an open topic, and the European Commission states that clearly in its communication of the 12th of May, stating that we have done our job, but we need to revise it yet again because the situation has changed. I believe it is a very good and relevant approach. Railways play an important role from the point of view of economic life, play an important role in our daily commutes. But from my point of view, apart from this international cooperation format, such as the European Union that we are a member of, it is extremely important to develop cooperation under the formulas such as the Visegrad Group, the Bucharest 9, and the 3 Seas Initiative. If we are to be serious about Central and Eastern Europe's security, that includes Poland, we see a huge shortage of both road and rail links, especially along the north-south axis. So I am deeply convinced that in the next revision of the 10T assumptions, we should focus on those things in a broader manner. And of course, the Via Carpathia project has been included here, but I believe that we should also call for what Mr. Andrzej Adamczyk, the minister, has focused on. And I am a big supporter of that project, Rail Carpathia. So not only road links, but also establishing a railway link called Rail Carpathia. So to respond to your question, as Polish State Railways, we were part of that broad legislative process, and we have been trying to present various solutions, various proposals related to location of road rail terminals or railway lines. But apart from those economic functions, we should also focus on the defense security perspective for our state, for the Central and Eastern Europe, and for Poland as a country that is located on the eastern flank of the NATO. So we need to remember about that. Also with regard to building transport links on all levels, be it road or rail transport or maritime transport, inland transport or air transport, we should take all these aspects into account. Thank you very much. Thank you. Indeed, it is very important to see the TEN-T network as a certain process. Regardless of the deadlines and milestones related to completion of the network, we have 2025, 2030, 2040 and 2050 deadlines. We are in the process. Thank you very much for that. And now let me ask about road transport. Sometimes I have an impression that all these regulations put a certain burden on this mode of transport. The requirements are very strict. Maybe excessively strict, if I may say so. And it's very difficult to use the funds, for example, from the Connecting Europe facility and its second revision. Or is it difficult, or do we have the freedom to consult, to cooperate, and to put specific provisions in new reports? The National Road Authority, as the central road administration of Poland, deals with preparation, implementation, and then maintenance and management of major roads in Poland. So it will be hard to imagine consultations on the major transport corridors without us. So we do participate in those discussions. As for the utilization and share of EU funds, we are quite the assessment of our progress is quite good, and we can be proud of what we have been able to achieve. As for the issues related to our motions, our proposals put forward, we have to say that the core network covers the major roads in our country. But for me, shaping the network of major transport corridors is a continuous process. And these things that we have already mentioned during our discussion and earlier in the day. So what happened 2 years ago, the COVID pandemic, and now the current tragedy beyond our eastern border in Ukraine since the 24th of February, it all makes us rethink and reshape our priorities with regard to the expectations that have to be translated into what we propose and what we build. With regard to what we were able to see in the introductory presentation, there was a quite optimistic presentation of implementation of roads, 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, this applies to the core network roads. We need to look much further. We want to build the all of 7,400 kilometers of roads in the TEN-T network. We are at the level of 4,600. I don't know if that includes the 12 kilometers of the S14 expressway that was opened on the first day of summer holidays near Łódź, and that is also part of the TEN-T network. But coming back to the previous thought, with regard to the fact that the target length is 7,400 kilometers of roads in our country, we are at the level of 62%. So there is still a lot to be done. We are implementing new provisions, new projects. We can see certain issues that were not visible earlier, because now the east of Poland, the S19 expressway and the Via Carpathia and the cross-border issues are extremely important, and it is something that has to be included in our proposals, and creating alternatives. We can see this flexible approach that was also emphasized. It has to be visible in the major transport corridors. The example here can be the S12 expressway, which is a corridor that can be an alternative to the A4 and the A2. And on the other hand, in the north, we have the S10, which is a northern alternative for the A2. So these issues will have to be noticed and put forward and then included in the TEN-T network and then implemented, built. We have two roles here. Consulting and shaping the network is one thing, but the most important task for us, and we all use the results of these activities, is the construction, the implementation of the National Road Construction Program. Because what we set in the TEN-T corridor network is then translated into specific government programs for road transport. We are building the major roads via the National Road Authority. This is the most important role, apart from the consultation, which is, of course, very important because we need to include all the factors that we have been discussing here.
Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Komora and to tell us about the Slovak point of view on the topic.
I'm here in a slightly different position than our colleagues because I'm representing a freight forwarder association. It means we are mainly user of these communications and corridors, but we have been also involved in this case, and the reason is that we think that the freight forwarder is troubleshooter in the logistics, and his role is solved if there are some problems. And during our existence, we was involved in some cases or in some issues which was connected with the TEN-T corridors. First was at the beginning when Commissar Kovács from Hungary established or presented first scheme of TEN-T corridors, and this scheme did not connect the territory of Slovak Republic. And we we needed to help from colleagues from Czech Republic and from Austria, which had supported our demand to be also involved in TEN-T corridors. Second issue, which was for us important, was fight with the government in Slovakia, because, as you know, in Bratislava exists one port. Name of this port is Port Bridge, and this port bridge is only one connection between Slovak highways and the highways of Czech Republic, Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Austria, and Hungary. It means this port, on this port and on this bridge, if there is blocked this bridge, whole connection is interrupted. It made no sense to be connected to the TEN-T if you have only one port. And we pressed to build up the round or highway circle around the Bratislava to have guarantees that in case of any problems, the TEN-T network will work. It's happened, and now we are again in a fight because in Slovakia we have a special situation. We have on domestic territory built it up the highways and the railways which are involved in TEN-T corridors, but on the other side, on every of this corridor is dimensioned 30-40 kilometers which are not finished, and we are in a worry that it will not be soon finished. It means that people in this territory will have big problems because from Polish side to our border there will be hundreds of kilometers of highway which collected a lot of trucks. On Slovakia border will start ordinary road, and after 30-40 kilometers will start again highway to the south of Slovakia, to the Hungary. It means for people which are living in the cities it will be big problem. And for us also, because we also would need to use this scheme or this system of highways and railways, and therefore we started to press to our government to solve problem, as mentioned today, via Carpathia, because this is first case, but we have also same problem between the city Žilina and Čadca, and this is connectivity to the other part of TEN-T corridor. It's Baltic-Adriatic. And of course, the similar system is Danube-Rhine corridor, where our highway building company had stopped activities. It means we have to solve this problem as the user, as the people which are living around them and which will use them for transport of our goods and of goods of our clients. Why I am here is that biggest problems we have with Slovak part of work on TEN-T directly to the Polish border. Then we started to cooperate also with Polish embassy, and many thanks to this staff because they are supporting us on this issue very well, and we hope that we will solve this problem as soon as possible, because I think they are doing what is possible, we are doing also what is possible to solve this.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ta wypowiedź tylko właśnie podkreśla
Thank you
fakt,
very
iż
much. You just emphasized the fact that cross-border links are crucial for the development of entire transport systems. This has been discussed for many years, and it takes much effort to solve these problems. But TEN-T networks, these links were considered as priorities. Michał, is there anything else you'd like to add? In your presentation, you referred to your association and things that you've been dealing with in the context of TEN-T. It may be strange to some of them that local governments, regional governments, which do not implement infrastructure projects,
to nie budują ani dróg, ani linii
they do not
kolejowych, nie mają
build
udziału w
railway
portach
lines,
morskich, ani w centrach logistycznych.
roads, they do not have the shares in logistic ports.
To jest miasto, tak. Oczywiście są, ale też aplikowaliśmy o to,
Of
żeby
course, there
regiony
are such
samorządowe miały
examples.
udział w
We
portach
wanted
morskich.
regional self-governments to have their
Dlatego, że
share
regiony przygotowują
in
też rodzaju
ports.
wiedzę, też rodzaju know-how. Ta wiedza jest zawarta w naszych dokumentach strategicznych.
We included know-how in strategic policy papers, smart specialization programs and others. Based on smart specialization, we've been distributing EU funding to innovative projects related to logistics, transport, offshore, maritime economy. And this is an important contribution with the know-how or the idea to develop the economy and spatial planning where you can attract investors to logistics centers.
a centra logistyczne to nie jest nic innego jak zarządzanie całymi łańcuchami
And
dostaw.
logistic centers are very important in the management of supply chains. We try to create cooperation platforms. We try to involve various companies. Our association is a cooperation platform putting together public authorities, regions, cities and seaports like the port of Gdynia or Gdańsk, Szczecin, Świnoujście seaports, all our large seaports and large terminals, including those in the ports, other. We cover the entire supply chain and we promote this cooperation and we try to be involved in the revision of the TEN-T network. We participate in a number of conferences, fairs and exhibitions in Poland and abroad. We went to Ukraine. We participated several times in fairs and exhibitions in Odessa. Thank you very much. Let me just mention that the approach that Michał referred to is represented in TEN-T network documents, and perhaps it is also discussed in Lyon, France, because there are provisions related to the resilience of the TEN-T network to crises, and this resilience is to be built by better links at the regional level. In case of crisis situations, cargo flows can be redirected to those links that are not included in the TEN-T network. Thank you very much for this round of interventions. We only have 30 minutes left, but I'd like to refer to one more very important topic. Tim Power, in his presentation, well described the situation that we have today in the world. He referred to the reasons of the global situation, and he also provided a forecast of what we can expect in the nearest future. I would like to ask you, gentlemen, how you assess the TEN-T network regarding its resilience to crises. Mr. Power referred to resilience. President Urbaś referred to the universal character of seaports. Do you believe that the TEN-T network should improve its resilience as well? And considering this in-depth knowledge that was shared by Mr. Michał Graban in his presentation, what, in your opinion, will be the future of the TEN-T network? And based on your experience in the area, and the ongoing process, what are the challenges for the development of TEN-T network? Are these worded properly today? Do you have any suggestions related to that? Probably these are going to be your final interventions during this panel, so could you please try to be a wizard with a magic pen, with a magic wand? What would you like to include in the TEN-T network? If you could, let me start from my right. Perhaps someone else may go first. So let's start with ports, perhaps. Police?
podejmuję się wyzwania. Tak się
I
rozmarzyłem.
take up the challenge.
Rzeczywiście, gdyby była taka możliwość,
Indeed, if it was possible, if there was sufficient funding for everything,
jakie korytarze transportowe by się znalazły na tej sieci.
I could imagine transport corridors that can be built within the network.
Odpowiedź na to pytanie, bo tak dlaczego w ogóle rozmawiamy o
Why do we discuss the process? That it's open, that we put forward proposals, we make recommendations, and we would like roads or railway lines to be included. Well, it's because we have our vital interest in it. The same applies to passengers, companies. Companies because they transport goods, and ports are those nodes connecting different transport routes, and their interest is to handle as much cargo as possible. So we are all lobbyists. We apply for important projects that are important for us. Because there is a chance that if our projects are included in the list, they stand more chance to attract EU funding. The trick is that we don't know what's going to happen. We are surprised with the development, and recent years are full of those unexpected developments, including COVID, including this aggression in Ukraine. Previous speakers refer to that. The largest Polish ports handled more than 110 million tons last year. If we compare year to year, we can see a tremendous progress at the level of 6, 7 or 8%. And from 2017, we have a growing trend. And it has not happened overnight. It involved much investment. Ports are large construction sites. Every port invests, they develop storage yards, quays, dredging of fairways, and so on and so forth. The conflict in Ukraine means that Ukraine is forced and desire goods going to Ukraine and ready-made goods from Ukraine to be transported. The first partner is Poland because of economic reasons. And before this conflict with Russia, Ukraine exported, say, 70 million tons. We handled slightly more than 110, and year to year we would have to take over a large part of this 70 or 80 million tons. From a technical point of view, it's not possible. The width of track in Ukraine and in Poland differ. The gauge differs. And there are some logistics problems related to it. You are aware that in Ukrainian ports there are ships full of grain, 20-25 million tons of grain. Ports are blocked, and this grain will have to be transported to another port. This might be one of Tri-City ports, Świnoujście or Operze. But the logistics behind it would be a major effort. This takes the overall logistics between the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea, and this transport would have to go through those corridors, the corridors that we've been discussing. The situation is volatile. There is a need for such a corridor right now, but when the war ends, the situation may change. But nevertheless, Ukraine Ukraine will have a problem to transport goods to and from the country. And we're talking about very practical things. The export of this grain, Ukrainian grain, for instance, we're not technically prepared to handle. We don't have such corridors, or the capacity of these corridors is insufficient, and this will result in famine in the Middle East and in Africa. Let's imagine the consequences in the nearest future, in a couple of months. So we're talking hypothetically about transport corridors. We show maps and possible networks. We have lively interest in developing those corridors, but we're talking about something down to earth, something very realistic, here and now, and out tomorrow. And the situation is not very optimistic, because everyone can agree that we'll make our best to increase the capacity of our corridors and to include the majority of the corridors in the part of the global EU scheme, because we have an interest in it. And on the other hand, we can see that this intervention and the expansion of these corridors will have a real impact on our life today. And it will have an impact on the famine in other parts of the world. Perhaps my intervention is not very optimistic, but hopefully my colleagues will refer to positive things only. Thank you.
I think that you have created a huge challenge. Okay, some upgrade to the previous intervention. We are witnessing strong activity of stakeholders in Western Europe. Despite apparently dense network in that part of Europe, they are interested in branches of the network, because as a result, these goods, this cargo would go to their ports. So we have to do whatever we can. We have to be present and involved in at every stage of consultation, from our towns and cities, from our countries to Brussels. We need to be wherever these corridors are discussed, because we need to present and demonstrate our needs. We need to present the importance to Europe. So the Connecting Europe facility is not only there to finance directions that are convenient for our Western partners. We have a very important direction of north to south, and we want to have investment in that corridor and in that direction. So we are interested in branches of our corridors and extensions of those corridors, because this helps develop the potential. Germany has hundreds of terminals. We have only 30 terminals in the core TEN-T network. But these projects are costly, so we would like to acquire this funding. And if there are branches of those corridors, then it would be an additional argument to receive this funding. So it's something worth adding. So the very participation in this process is a certain mission in order to generate future benefits. When we are talking about ports mainly here, it is a certain mission, and we need to invest in that. We need to invest both our time and money. So this lobbying is important. It is necessary. That's my opinion. I don't know if Franciszek agrees to that. I think this is something extremely important here, because investments follow these revisions. We often have some plans. Railway line number 201 for Gdynia will require a lot of funding. Currently, the situation is that 80% of cargo from the ports is transported by road, and we want to improve railway access.
najbardziej zdawałoby się ważna dla Unii Europejskiej.
So this is something of major importance to the European Union and for EU funding, so that railways can transport goods to and from the ports. And this is something that we should aim for. And this should be complementary to the ideas or aspirations from Brussels. Dreams were mentioned here. Indeed, it is about railway standards to be adjusted to what exists in Western Europe. So longer trains, faster trains, more axle load. In some areas we should have a standard on narrow track gauge. In areas where there is a wide gauge. So other industries bear this responsibility. People used to say, all roads lead to Rome. Now we can say all roads lead to ports. But we cannot look at our own interest only. We are working for the entire economy, we are a service provider, and we are aware of the fact that our infrastructure serves others, and we have this synergy effect. Well, railways have been mentioned in all possible contexts so far. I'm very glad to hear that, of course. I have mentioned the most important aspects in the first part of my intervention. So maybe as a supplement, certainly demand for rail services is increasing due to various factors. Increasing fuel costs, shortage of drivers. 120,000 drivers from Ukraine have left Poland. Restrictive regulations related to road traffic. And we can see the increase in demand for rail services. And it is a very complex topic, combination of various aspects. And there's a lot of work to be done. And I can only say that it's a pity that railways in previous years, of course, since 2015 we have been implementing railway projects, and it turns out that there is interest in this topic, that funds are available, and that there is understanding of the priority of these projects. But we need to remember, and I'm saying that with a pity, it did not look that rosy earlier, and we have a significant deficit, significant shortage here. We understand, we have our priorities, but their implementation takes funds, resources, but first of all, it takes time. And I've mentioned the communication of the European Commission of the 12th of May about the construction of solidarity corridors to Ukraine. And there is a willingness to enter into relevant agreements and to include Ukraine in the TEN-T network and building a standard European track gauge railway line and making it possible for Ukraine to apply for Connecting Europe funds. As for wide track gauge, we have the so-called steel line from Zamość to Sławków, and the capacity is not fully utilized there. So we can still transport quite a lot of cargo. However, it is a rather complex phenomenon. For example, there is a shortage, we know about that, that Germany has many more terminals than Poland. We are working with various ports on the location analysis for terminals. These works are nearing completion, and we have selected locations which where terminals should be built according to the assumptions. But we are already starting certain projects, like the dry port in Emilianów near Bydgoszcz, together with the Agriculture Support Center, Ozdońska Wola Karsznice, an important location, or the Wola Baranowska terminal. However, if we are to come back to your question, I would refer to my previous intervention. I believe that a key priority is to take a look at the assumptions for the transport corridors from north to south. So in this broad context of the 3 Cs initiative, I had the pleasure to meet high-level management of Bulgarian railways and their ministries, or Romanian railways, and they have an understanding for that. So the minister from Slovakia, together with Mr. Adamczyk, have raised this topic at the conference with regard to Rail Carpathia. So there's a lot of work ahead, but we need to remember the aspects related to the security of our homeland, of Central and Eastern Europe, and we need to aim for better transport links to, from and within the region, not only with regard to railways, but in all modes of transport. Thank you very much. I would like to hear an opinion from the Slovak perspective. František, you have started to talk about these projects in the previous intervention.
Are not thinking about the real investment to the new project. First of all, we want to finish all existing projects to be involved in European TEN-T system without any breaks or gaps. What we need to do now, and it started to be discussed, is new way to the Ukrainian border on East Slovakia. This is also connected with the question, second question of this discussion, and this is the situation in Ukraine. 2 years before, I used to wish to my friend that I'm wishing them no illness and no stupid people on the way. And what happened now? We have COVID and we have Putin in Ukraine. And tell me what I have to wish to my friend now. Because everything else, from my point of view, is our obligation to solve this problem. We as freight forwarder are also obliged to solve problems connected with transport. And this situation in Russia helped slightly to change our point of view and our values of our life. Because, for example, the electromobility is not now only a question of the environment. It's also a question of lower dependence on aggressor. Because if we will have larger volumes on electromobility transport, we will have less. We cannot be attacked such light by Russians and by the supply of oil. It means we can survive their potential problems. And all other cases now have different sides which is necessary to see also. And this is side of protection or defense. Via Carpathia now is not only Via Carpathia, but it's also Via Protectiva, because in real, in the past we had only way, or in majority way, from the east to the west and from the west to the east. But if Russia will continue in this game, we could need also to transport military troops close to the border. And Via Carpathia, from my point of view, is from a strategic point of view extremely important for East European countries. And my obligation in this case is to press to our government to build up their part of this work.
Bardzo dziękuję. No, teraz perspektywa drogowa.
Thank you very much. Now, road perspective.
W nowych regulacjach dotyczących sieci
The
TEN-T
new regulations on the TEN-T network include a component related to military use infrastructure.
dróg
And this primarily applies to roads. Will this help build resilience of the TEN-T network to unfavorable economic conditions or to crisis conditions? Is it a significant challenge, or perhaps there are some other challenges that will be more important for us to achieve such resilience? There is a number of such tasks and challenges. Safe military mobility mainly applies to roads within the TEN-T network and facilities, engineering facilities on those roads. And we may comment on this as follows. It's better to have this component and be able to use it to strengthen your facilities, to build our resilience and to build our security, to be honest. But if I may comment on this, I would prefer to extend it not only to roads that are within the TEN-T network, because we have a lot of roads that are not of major importance with regard to technical parameters, those that do not carry too much traffic, but they are equally important from the point of view of security. So we should aim at extending the possibility of funding from this instrument to facilities on other roads. With regard to challenges that we are currently facing, first of all, we have to be aware of the fact that reshaping the network is a continuous process. But I cannot imagine expanding this network forever. It is simply impossible. We'll have a certain space that will be defined. I cannot imagine, no one can imagine that if we have slightly more traffic, then we'll have 4, 5 or 8 lanes of traffic. How can we respond to that? That response is traffic management. CEF also provides funding for the National Traffic Management System, and this is a response to a question of how to cope with increased volumes of traffic. So we can manage the traffic, we can adjust the level of speed, which is related to the number of vehicles traveling in certain sections, and we can use that to increase the capacity of our network. This is the challenge that we are facing. We will start the implementation of this project within several months, and it is something very important. And another thing that is ahead of us, we need to answer a question of transition towards zero carbon economy and e-mobility. There's a lot of things that we are currently implementing, in stages of course, but we need to answer the question about how to cope with the scale of problem that applies to Poland. In Poland, we have more than 3 million heavy goods vehicles in our country. The Germans have 1.2 million. So 1/3 of cargo freight in Europe is performed by Polish entrepreneurs, which means that we have a lot of trucks, a lot of lorries that will have to travel across our country, and they will need infrastructure. So we need a lot of partners for that related to e-mobility. So, for example, service stations, service areas, we do have it already, but we need to add infrastructure, and we we need, including charging infrastructure, and we need a lot of partners for that. So this is one of the main challenges ahead of us in the nearest future. Thank you very much. You have already mentioned some issues related to this current crisis situation. Would you like to add something to that?
Tak, oczywiście, szanowni państwo.
Yes, of course.
Jedna najważniejsza rzecz.
One and the most important thing, the transport system, as every system based on the TEN-T network, should be, in order to be stable and safe, need to be complex or comprehensive. The more components it has, the more stable it is. And therefore, it is necessary to include inland navigation and shipping as an important component of the system. And this is very important in the context of security and in the war context. Apart from the inland shipping and inland navigation infrastructure being very important, it can generate additional benefits. It can support multiple functions once we have it developed according to the plan. Apart from the inland waterway transport, we're going to have green energy, blue energy, flood safety, easier decision-making, the development of tourism, and we will prevent the outflow of water. We should capture roughly 15 or 20% of our annual precipitation, and such inland navigation can help us with retention reservoirs that we have not developed in the past, and they also support inland navigation through alimentation of water in the case of droughts. So the system of inland waterways is very important in the context of transport and also in other contexts as well. We need water. It's necessary for us to live, it's necessary for agriculture, industry and transport. Otherwise, we'll have nothing to transport. We need water. It's very much needed, and the transport system helps to promote retention. If I were to come back to your original question, and if I were a wizard, I would like the transport network to include E40 and E70. This is the minimum necessary. This needs to be achieved as quickly as possible. Regarding E70, I do have some doubts regarding some technical issues. We'll have to discuss the routing, definitely not through Warta and the Bydgoszcz canal, because from a technical, it's not technically possible. E30 and E40 for certain, and as soon as possible should be included. We've exhausted the time for our debate. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to thank panelists for their interventions, and we should give the floor to the moderator. Thank you very much. Krzysztof Żarna was the moderator of the debate, representing the Szczecin University, the Association of the Polish regions in the Baltic Adriatic corridor. We had Przemysław Daca from Polish Waters, and Grzegorz Dziedzina, the Deputy Director for the Polish Motorway and Road Directorate, Franciszek Komora from the Association of Forwarders, Kazimierz Koralewski, the Deputy President and the Director for Infrastructure at the Gdynia Seaport, and Rafał Zgorzelski, the member of the PKP Strategy and Logistics Board. Let's now have a longer break, an hour break. We should meet at 3:30 to discuss very important matters again. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, 15:31.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1 minute past 3:30. I'm very glad to have you here. There are more of you than during the previous panel, which shows that the topic is going to be very important and we expect other people to join us. Without further ado, green transformation in the maritime sector is the title of our next debate. Opportunities and challenges. The creation of a new market of logistics and transport with due respect to the environment. It's one of major challenges of the maritime sector. Let me invite Dr. Engineer Kozan, the director of a center for IMO, the chairman of the Polish section of the Marine Environment Protection Committee at IMO, to deliver the introductory speech. Over to you, Doctor.
Dzień dobry.
Welcome.
Sprawdzam, czy nie ma tutaj żarówek. Czasami to można się pomylić.
I just check
Proszę Państwa,
the microphones.
Temat
Ladies and gentlemen,
jak rzeka.
It's a broad topic indeed.
Szanse i wyzwania.
Opportunities and challenges.
Mam nadzieję, że ona jest widoczna. Podzieliłem na
I decided to divide my presentation into two sections. The first one will concentrate on the Green Deal of the European Union and the Fit for 55 package, that is a package to be ready for 2055 and decarbonization of shipping under the strategy to reduce greenhouse gases as announced by IMO in 2018. At the outset, I'd like to say that I'm not an environmentalist. I'm the employee of the Polish Ship Register. I've been in the position for 16 years. I'm also a senior mechanic and I worked for different companies. I have a broad background. And I also chair the Polish section of the Marine Environment Protection Committee at IMO. These are my functions and my overview of this topic focuses on shipping and ships. But in our debate, we have the majority of port representatives. We have the representative of the port of Gdańsk. We have the representative of Esbjerg, Denmark. And we have the representative of the Secretary General of the Baltic Organization of Seaports. And We have a part of our discussion that will focus on financing, and we're going to involve the representative of the fund, and we have a representative of the leading marine administration of the Saudi Arabia Kingdom, and we're going to discuss their ideas to promote green transformation and how they cooperate with IMO. The cooperation is very important also in the context of Poland because we apply to get a position in the IMO Council, and it's good to see how others get involved in the cooperation. That will be all regarding my introduction. So, green transformation. What is it?
Proszę Państwa, spojrzę sobie tutaj w moje notatki.
Let me glance at my notes, because economists define it as the overall approach to the circular economy. Of course, we refer to it as using the term decarbonization, and we also take account of new markets and new products, which is associated with the activity of the state, spending in the energy sector, thermal modernization programs well known in Poland, and replacement of coal and wood-fired furnaces that emit a lot of pollutants. Sometimes they assume that, as in many other instances, companies and business need to adjust to this transition. There is a common conviction that green transition is a relatively distant issue, the year 2050, a year in which the EU declares to reach climate neutrality, and there are 30 years ahead of us. And this perception of this transition and its impact on business, including the maritime business, is misleading. This has been changed by the crisis in Ukraine and the operation of shipping companies, the increase in prices of gas, fuel, and inflation. Issues related to green transformation will apply to the shipbuilding and shipping companies much earlier than anyone can think. Some companies already started introducing certain measures. These include our pause. It is commented extensively. It is commented at length during various debates. Ports discuss various investment, and we will listen to their investment in green transition. Issues related to this green transition and decarbonization are already present in various companies. It is a mega trend that will apply to all of us. The European Green Deal of 2019 can be discussed very briefly. The European Commission concluded that climate changes and the degradation of the environment is so far-reaching that they announced an action plan in 2019, known as the European Green Deal. The main objective is to transform EU economy into energy-efficient or resource-efficient and competitive economy that will reach zero emission impact in 2015. They also plan to decouple the use of resources and economic growth and promote just transition, so no region is neglected. We already have some experience from the point of view of Poland, and the European Green Deal is to help to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's going to be funded from one-third, 1.8 billion euros designated for investment under the Next Generation EU, and funding from the multiple-year financial framework of the EU.
Polska. Co ma do powiedzenia w tej dziedzinie? Oczywiście od poprzedniego ministerstwa, poprzedniego ministra klimatu i środowiska pana Kurtyki możemy usłyszeć, że
we heard from Mr. Kurtyka, the former Minister of Environment,
wyposażeni we własny plan, który
that Poland had their own plan reaching back to COP24, where the just transformation was emphasized. It was reflected in the European Just Transformation Fund and the overall budget of the EU, and it is also included in the energy transition plan as a part of the Polish energy transition plan. The obligation to proceed with just transformation, which is very much emphasized by the Ministry of Climate and Environment, is one of crucial elements of the energy policy of Poland until 2040, and it is a declaration promoted by Poland on the international arena. This has been supported by Ms. Anna Moskva, the Minister of Climate and Environment. She also referred to the hydrogen strategy, according to which until 2030, with some prospects until 2040, we're going to have the development of the hydrogen-based economy, which will much depend on new generation capacity from renewable energy sources, and this is going to be one of major challenges for the expansion of the sector in Poland. In the case of hydrogen generated through electrolysis, the so-called green hydrogen, we can assume that energy used for its production will come from renewable sources, roughly 70% in 2030. That's according to the minister. Quite recently, the Deputy Minister of Climate and Environment, Mr. Ireneusz Zyska, during the 5th Forum of Vision and Development in June in Gdynia, said that past 2030, nuclear power and renewable sources will start playing a major role. This will contribute to energy security, and energy security is also referred to while implementing climate policy goals. We would like to maximize the Polish share, the Polish local content in the energy sector, especially in renewables. We want to invest in modern energy generation technologies to develop new sectors of the Polish industry. The Polish law, while discussing the local content, refer to legislative changes promoting the local content, the act on supporting the generation of electricity in offshore wind farms and offshore wind farms, and the set of equipment related to it should meet requirements of the marine environment, safety, and national defense. And precise guidelines are defined in regulations to the Act. And these regulations will be defined by the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Ministry also produced their opinion regarding expert opinions on navigation and equipment of offshore wind farms, and the regulation on a rescue plan and the plan to combat threats and pollutants. It was in 2021, and on top of that, in March 2022, the Minister of Infrastructure developed the draft regulation, the draft act amending the Act on Marine Areas, containing provisions aimed at providing security during building and operation of offshore wind farms. So the law is in the making, and we'll have to implement it later on. So the Green Deal, and before that, the Fit for 55 package necessary to reach climate goals set by the EU by 2030 on the path to climate neutrality. 14th July 2021, the Commission adopted a package of measures to adjust the EU policy in the area of climate, energy, the use of land, transport, including sea transport, and taxation, including alternative fuels, to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases by 55%. That's why we have this Fit for 55, and to do it by 2030, comparing to the base date of 1990. This reduction of emission will make Europe the first continent which is neutral for the climate by 2050, and therefore Europe will introduce the Green Deal.
These proposals are aimed at reaching the goals of the European legislation on energy and climate and the Polish transition aimed at just, environmentally friendly and wealthy future. I will speed it up. The package is well known to all of you, more or less. And I can tell you that one of the things that was supposed to apply to maritime transport, that is the EU ETS, emissions trading system, has been rejected on the 8th of June by the European Parliament so far. So certainly it will not apply from 2024. First, it was supposed to cover the maritime transports from 2024 onwards, and then emission levels would be gradually reduced, which caused a scare among ship owners, including Polish ship owners. But certain sobering activities, both due to the war in Ukraine, the fuel crisis, and price increases and inflation, such sobering measures are taking place. Of course, the impact of this package on the maritime trade and seaports is visible. That was supposed to include the ETS system coverage, updating the Renewable Energy Directive, new infrastructure for alternative fuels. Let me note that new infrastructure has already been discussed today during the 10T discussion. The regulation on infrastructure for alternative fuels also applies to inland ports, not only seaports. According to those regulations, such ports would have to be built. And finally, we have the Fuel EU regulation about more environmentally friendly, more sustainable shipping fuels. Poland has already presented proposals on the IMO forum, proposals for zero carbon or zero emission fuels with regard to greenhouse gases. So the EU ETS system will not apply, at least for now. So emissions trading, according to the polluter pays principle,
wchodzą.
But certain amendments to directives will apply, and we'll see what their fate is. We are yet to see that.
Jeżeli chodzi o poziomy, często się mówi o tym tam za
As
chwilkę.
for specific levels, I will show you the emission levels from maritime economy and maritime transport globally. That share of emissions is about 4%. In the EU, it's 13.5%. So maritime and inland transport was responsible for 13.5% of greenhouse gas emissions from transport in the European Union in 2018.
Nie chciałbym swoich podsumowań pokazywać, będzie dyskusja.
We'll have a discussion, so I don't want to jump to my own conclusions.
W sprawie Zielonego Ładu zostało wyrażane w tamtym roku.
And our position regarding the Green Deal was expressed last year. There was a discussion initiated by the Ministry of Infrastructure. The Polish Register of Shipping and ship owners have raised various issues, including enormous spending that would have to be made
dla osiągnięcia celów redukcji.
to achieve the reduction objectives.
Proszę Państwa, to jest pierwsza część mojej prezentacji.
So this was the first part of my presentation. I'm looking at my watch. I don't want to take too much of your valuable time.
Których bardzo serdecznie zapraszamy, panie doktorze.
Tak, i pan redaktor też mi tu nagrodę przygotuje, jak się zmieszczę w czasie, dlatego zmierzam dalej.
So,
dekarbonizacja żeglugi w ramach strategii
let me continue. Decarbonization of shipping with regard to the greenhouse gas reduction strategy. IMO has announced a certain plan in 2018 with slightly different targets.
Spotkaniach unijnych przed sesjami MEPC IMO.
Before MEPC IMO sessions, EU countries often formulate those goals.
Redukcji emisji gazów cieplarnianych przedstawiane przez IMO nie są zbyt
greenhouse gas emission reduction targets by IMO are not very ambitious. And then measures towards implementing IMO strategy. So emissions from maritime transport in the world is about 4% of total CO2 emissions. That's data from Ernst & Young as of 2020. Despite IMO's activities covering the fleet, and I'll tell you more about that, this year, in 2021, 833 million tons of CO2 was emitted, compared to 794 million tons in 2020 and 800 million tons in 2019. So there are slight fluctuations. It is still, these emissions are still larger than some greenhouse gas emitting countries. IMO's reduction plan came into the first implementation in 1997, and in 2018 there was the greenhouse gas reduction strategy. Also in 2013, Appendix 6 to the Marpol Convention on Energy Efficiency. Improving energy efficiency leads to reduced fuel consumption and thus reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And this is the main focus of the IMO is on CO2, but there are also other greenhouse gases that are being discussed. IMO's plan is to have zero greenhouse gas emissions in the 21st century. So not by 2050. It is IMO's vision is 2099.
Tak właśnie zastanawiam się,
Well,
tak powiem, lata lecą,
I'm really thinking.
w tych latach kiedyś myślałem, kiedy to będzie ten rok 2023.
Back in the day, I would think, well, 2023 is a very distant future. Now we are thinking about the end of this century that we are not going to witness. The initial strategy for greenhouse gas emission reduction, so reduction by 40% of CO2 by 2040, and further reduction measures to 80% by 2050, all compared to the 2008 levels. The EU is using 1990 as a reference. Reduction targets by 50% by 2050 compared to the reference level of 2008. Improvement of energy efficiency, improvement of operational energy efficiency. This is entering into force in January 2023, and it will pose a great challenge for the ship owners. Market-based instruments, fuel charges, so emissions trading did not work in the EU so far. And eventually alternative fuels with zero carbon, low or zero carbon. If we were to carry out business as usual, then this curve would go up to 2 billion tons. If we apply the measures that have already been designed, EDI 2013, the design efficiency factor, if we use other measures, such as the Ship Energy Management Plan, this would lead to additional reduction, and then in green you have the emissions gap that can be filled to reduce emissions using innovative fuels and technologies. I will not discuss all these measures here, but there are specific detailed conferences devoted to that. Just in time was questioned here earlier and transformed into just in case. But just in time is a measure aimed at vessels not arriving too early, not waiting at a roadstead, not emitting CO2 and other noxious substances. It is simply about shipping becoming more coordinated with seaports. And this is already happening. There are certain IMO measures, like the one single window where you will be able to see the ship, the port and operations, and the level of stock on board the ship. So these technologies will lead to emissions reduction, even in the context or in the time frame by 2050. So coming back, gradual reduction of CO2 emissions using EVI and SEMP, new requirements starting next year, energy efficiency for existing ship index, carbon intensity index, vessel classification in terms of annual emissions with classes from A to E, just like our refrigerators. All vessels will be classified and we will be able to select more or less energy efficient vessels, to simplify that. So carbon intensity rating, extended ship energy efficiency plan, taking into account what is already happening, that is fuel consumption reporting. This is happening in the EU under the MRV mechanism. And then alternative fuels, including the fuel life cycle, similarly to land-based activities. So for the fuel to appear on board the vessel, and then be buried on the vessel, it has to be first extracted, then processed, then bunkered. So the whole life cycle, from extraction to processing, bunkering, this is called the fuel life cycle. This is one of the things that IMO is working on. And then replacing fossil fuels based on hydrocarbons with LNG, which is also a fossil fuel, but a transition fuel, and then final replacement by hydrogen, ammonia, fuel cells, batteries, and then we are also talking about nuclear propulsion with regard to new technical solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the activities, the measures that are part of what the IMO is doing as a United Nations agency. IMO has also developed its own sustainable management and development system, SMT. It includes all activities aimed at sustainable development and climate protection. IMO, through its meetings, various studies, working groups, it also develops these regulations. So before they are specified, they have to be investigated, and then a broad impact analysis has to be carried out with regard to specific countries. Perhaps that is why IMO takes more time than the EU. And then development financing. There is a call to establish an International Council for Maritime Development and International Research and Development Fund. So these are financial activities. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all on my part, and now let me give the floor to the moderator. Mr. Krzysztof Kozan, head of the IMO Center, has made his introduction, and now we'll have time for a detailed discussion. You will be the moderator of this discussion, and the participants of this debate will include Mr. Łukasz Greńke from the seaport in Gdańsk, Mr. Paweł Mirowski from the National Environmental Protection Fund, Bogdan Ołdakowski from the Baltic Ports Organization, Denis Jul Pedersen, Director General from Esbjerg Port, and Michel Albofadi, Director General for Transport Studies and Economy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I'd like to welcome all the participants, and we'll see what they have to say. Let me take this opportunity. Let's try to finish by 5:30 p.m. You have a clock ticking. I think it's working. Ladies and gentlemen,
zatem nasza debata, w której mamy przewagę przedstawicieli.
In this discussion, we have the majority of participants are representing seaports. We have a representative of the Seaport Authority in Gdańsk, Mr. Łukasz Greńke. We have Mr. Denis Jul Pedersen, who is Director General of the port in Esbjerg in the Kingdom of Denmark. And we also have Mr. Bogdan Ołdakowski, Secretary General of the Baltic Ports Organization. Those are seaports. Ports and the green transition need funding. I've mentioned that in my presentation. That is why we also have Mr. Paweł Mirowski from the National Fund of Environmental Protection and Water Management.
press or web, we can read a lot of information about Port of Esbjerg activities for the green transformation. For example, adopting Port of Esbjerg as an installation port for offshore wind farms, or cooperation between Maersk Drilling and Port of Esbjerg to enable the supply of green energy for drilling platforms to reduce carbon dioxide emission. Then I have a question. Could you share with the participants of Congress information about your experiences, Danish, and investments in the infrastructure of the Port of Esbjerg, which is the key importance for supporting the ecological green transformation? It's my first question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it goes a little bit back, 3 years back in Denmark when we had the last election. We had what we call a green election. So suddenly there was this phenomenon in Denmark where everybody wants to be part of the green transition. They were expected the politicians to be part of the green transition. So a climate law was passed in Denmark later, requiring 70% reduction in the carbon emission by 2030. For us as ports, of course, this was quite interesting because we as an offshore wind installation port could see a lot of benefits from that. So of course we need to buy into that, and we also made our getting to zero plans later on. But what it did for us and what it did for other ports in Denmark and for a lot of these government-owned entities was that now we had another thing. We didn't only need to have a sound business to create jobs locally. Now we also needed to take part of that green transition, which means that some of the investments we could allow to do them even though they have very little return of the investment or no return of the investment, because now it became important with the climate law to change or be part of that. So that's what made it different for us in Port Esbjerg. And since that, we had started investing in a lot of shore power systems, getting the vessel on, collaborating with the people using the port, and have just started that journey. But it's within the recent years, and I think it's past the climate law in Denmark. It's one of the starting points.
Thank you. Then you think that that ambitious CO2 reduction target, which is declared by Danish ministry, it is possible 70% by 2030 years.
Yeah, I think when they started and passed the legislation, they didn't know how to get there. But some things, of course, the phenomenon start to happen that companies starting to look into this as an opportunity. And we as an offshore wind port definitely saw as an opportunity, but many other ports in Denmark and other parts of the society start to see this is an opportunity. You know, so not only they start an opportunity, somebody have to install the wind turbines, we start to see a power to X coming in, and we start to see the first steps going into the hydrogen economy. So it have a lot of things that comes on the back of that when people have to think that way. One of the examples I can take in the city of Esbjerg, where they said, you know, when they have a central heating system, they change the central heating system and say, maybe we then can use some excess heating from the power to X systems and so on. And that's ongoing. It's investments based on how do we achieve the targets set forth by the government.
Thank you very much. Następne pytanie. Chciałem jeszcze Państwu powiedzieć, że
I'd like to tell you that tomorrow we're going to have a debate involving the representative of the port of Esbjerg, and he will tell you more regarding what they did in the green transition scheme. Now, if I may, I'd like to ask a question to the President of Board for the Gdańsk Seaport Authority. What is your approach to the green transition? In general, of course, and in greater detail, I can ask, I know it's an installation port, a floating terminal, but let's leave it for you to elaborate on. Ladies and gentlemen, I sort of laugh, half seriously, half joking. The port of Gdańsk was green because during my term of office we eliminated 50 to 60 hectares of forest, occupying land which was not used for our port, and at the moment we use every single square meter of our land, and that's why we are probably one of the fastest growing port in terms of the volume of cargo handled in Europe in the last decade. But it's half seriously, half joking, because we still try to catch up with the technological development and trying to meet all these new regulations that will apply not only to ship owners but also to ports, because ports will have to prepare the technical infrastructure for ships. We have already prepared all quays and adjusted them to install onshore power supply systems, the possibility of providing power to ships from the shore, and because of the lack of clear requirements, the generation of 1 kilowatt is cheaper from generators situated on board. That's why ship owners are not very much interested in buying more expensive energy from land. But all our quays are prepared. It is possible to install OPS units once it is required by the market. The major challenge for us is to fit OPS units at our largest container terminal and the largest container terminal on the Baltic, the DCT terminal. We all know the consumption of power by those gigantic ships. We also have sites prepared for reefers, and the demand of the terminal will be really high, and the Port Authority is forced to develop a new transformer station. And considering the time framework and considering that we're going to implement an FSR project, we consider building an environmentally friendly power station based on electricity generated by LNG-fueled installations. We are aware that this environment has been changing, not only when it comes to vessels, but also cargo handling facilities. T3 terminal that is going to be extended is going to be fitted with electrical equipment, and to a large extent it is going to be an autonomous terminal. And this will bring us closer to meet the requirements. Of course, the possibility of bunkering ships with alternative fuels, this will require to adjust our infrastructure and to build storages for alternative fuels, and we keep monitoring the market. And we can see what you've already referred to. We see that A, B, C, and D categories of ships, and this, and limiting the speed with which ships can travel to reduce emission. This is going to be set by the IMO, and then our port will become even more important. We'll have this competitive advantage comparing to other ports in Western Europe, because the delivery of massive cargo will be more profitable. And then when it comes to logistics, logistics, which translates into time and money. We're going to win with the time factor when it comes to cargo handling from our port to ports located northward or in the northern part of the Baltic Sea. And one of our goals is to link different types of propulsion with the port fee tariff in order to promote vessels which use green fuels. So a lot has been going on in the port of Gdańsk. We can see that the war in Ukraine made also fossil fuels important. We had to resort back to coal, but we are aware that we need to transform into the use of green energy even faster, to be even more independent from the largest producers of fossil fuels, in this particular case, Russian coal. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question regarding alternative fuels, a question to Mr. Ołdakowski, the Secretary General of Baltic Ports Organization. A broader view on alternative fuels, possibility of bunkering, or you can refer to the impact of the Ukrainian crisis. What's going to happen in the near future? We had LNG, we were very optimistic about it. Right now, oil is an unwanted fuel, especially coming from a very specific direction. What's going to be in the future? Ammonia, hydrogen? What takes place in the Baltic Sea? Thank you very much for the question. It's a very difficult question indeed. I'm trying to avoid to tell the future, but since we are here to discuss the impact of climate policies on the activity of shipping and ports and the use of alternative fuels, in my opinion, regarding the current geopolitical situation, the war in Ukraine and the consequences of the energy crisis or sanctions imposed, all these distorts our effort to reach climate neutrality, though the direction is there. Climate changes are something obvious, and the climate policy is still supported by Western states. There are relevant regulations, and definitely this is the direction for us to follow, although the current situation may slightly deviate the picture, especially on the gas market. We can see a number of investment projects in LNG terminals. Still a year ago, no one thought of building LNG terminals in Germany. But since you asked about alternative fuels, in our port organization we spent much time to promote cooperation between ports and shipping lines and ship owners regarding LNG bunkering. And I remember the first initiative started in 2011, so it's been more than 10 years, and we can say that there is no problem. So from a technological, organizational and logistics point of view, this technology can be considered matured. Of course, people from the sector know that perhaps hydrogen will be used by smaller vessels, and perhaps ammonia can be one of the fuels used on longer distances. The same applies to methanol, but these are very early technological solutions, so we can assume that we need a similar period to be prepared, to have this technology ready to bunker ships with such fuels. Thank you. I just wanted to add that regulations are missing, even though the IMO has been working on the code for equipment fueled by fuels with ignition temperature below 70 degrees centigrade, and fuels such as ammonia and hydrogen still wait to be regulated. The same applies to bunkering. Bunkering in Poland with LNG is not supported by relevant regulations. I have the impression that the legislative work stopped. There are only individual consents given by directors of maritime offices for such bunkering. And additional question to you, if I may. What are the benefits and challenges of the green transformation? Benefits and challenges related to the green transformation in the context of port. Let's focus on ports. Thank you for the question. Let me put it as follows. Since we've been discussing changes in the climate policy and energy policy as well, from the point of view of ports, there are two main directions of development. Number one, port authorities managing terminals will have to adjust to new challenges and new regulations, and there we discuss investment in OPS units, and Fit for 55 package refers to the need to invest in OPS units and to use such units by passenger ships and container carriers in 2030. It's still 8 years. It's not that long at all. And we also discussed the adjustment of these parties and the development of new climate strategies. Namely, port authorities clearly define their climate neutrality goals in their strategies. They clearly define the reduction of CO2 emission there, and it's nothing new that Scandinavia is in the forefront regarding such strategies. Of course, there are certain challenges because there is going to be a cost involved. Quite a considerable cost. Regarding opportunities, the second area involves the adjustment of ports to a broader environment, changes that will take place in the industry. And the secondary function of ports, because ports are created there to help the industry. Of course, we had examples given by the representative of the Danish port. So we need to secure logistic solutions, and ports also enjoy some opportunities. Another example that comes to my mind is that in the steel industry, they've been working on using hydrogen to produce steel instead of coke or coking coal. And of course, hydrogen needs to be supplied somehow. There are such efforts in the north of Sweden. Ports are involved, and hydrogen is to be generated based on electricity produced by hydropower plants. So on the one hand, we have terminals and other parties preparing for new regulations, and on the other hand, we discuss opportunities in the broader environment of ports.
Mam jeszcze pytanie do pana prezesa Pedersena.
I have a question to Mr. Pedersen. In the context of the crisis in Ukraine, we are talking about installation ports, we are talking about offshore wind farms. Do you expect in Denmark, with regard to wind farm components, do you expect, for example, lack of iron ore from Ukraine to disrupt steel production to such an extent that the number of wind turbines will be lower, will be reduced? I know that the volumes in your plans are enormous, so the question is about Ukraine and not just the fuel crisis, but the crisis with regard to raw materials as such, to commodities. We know that Zaporizhia and other regions of Ukraine were leading in terms of steel production.
Yeah, the short answer is yes, we already see the change in the steel production. And of course, you have to compare that to the huge famines coming out of the situation in Ukraine. So it was manifested on the 18th of May, where we saw the president from the European Union and head of states in Denmark, Holland, Belgium, and Germany visiting the port in Esbjerg. And did what we call the Esbjerg Declaration, so even more offshore wind within a shorter time frame. But you're right that we already see even now that there is challenges getting supply of steel, and that would of course affect the offshore wind plans. So that's just an issue that needs to be solved both on the short term but also on the longer term.
Okay, thank you. Proszę Państwa, zielona transformacja.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a green transition also needs funding. So now let me give the floor to Mr. Paweł Mirowski, Deputy CEO of the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, and I have a number of questions to you. First, could you tell us more about main principles of operation and principles of funding from your funds? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this question. Indeed, the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, not maritime economy, but water management, although it would be more fitting to the current topic, but for the fund has been the financing institution for environmental activities in its broad sense for the last 33 years. But there are also 16 regional funds that carry out these activities on a regional basis from the environmental fees. Those are the fees that businesses pay to the Polish financial system with regard to fees and penalties for environmental use. So this is a unique model of financing activities on environmental protection in Europe. There is no such model elsewhere, and many countries are envious of this model, that the money that is collected for the use of the environment are revolving in the form of investments aimed at environmental protection. Someone may say that we are cutting the branch that we are sitting on, because the more environmentally friendly projects are completed, the less the burden on the environment will be in the future and the less funds will be collected. However, this system has been proven and tested, and it has a reasonable impact and a reasonable link to the current developments. This is national funding. But of course, we have external funding, we have EU funding from the previous financial perspective and from the one that is coming up, 2021-2027. We also have new financial instruments appearing, and these funds will be earmarked to finance various environmental activities. That is the Modernization Fund and the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. There is also another program that we are an operator in, so the Energy Transition Fund, and we are supposed to receive about 100 billion zlotys to be spent, so that our green transition can be implemented at our own pace that is acceptable to households, institutions, and entrepreneurs. Because all the ideas that are brought by the Polish New Deal will, to some extent, translate to the quality of life of our citizens. When speaking of amounts, we have mentioned the developments after the 24th of February, that is Russia's attack on Ukraine. Until then, we were moving at our own pace, as mentioned by the previous ministers of climate and environment, and the current minister, Ms. Anna Moskva. We want to carry out our activities according to our own plan. You have also mentioned that by referring to Poland's energy policy by 2040, where the main pillars are zero emissions, transport, zero emissions, energy sector, and protection of air quality. These are the three main pillars. They are very extensive, but they meet the requirements and expectations related to the funds that will be earmarked. So it was earlier discussed at what pace will Poland go through this energy transition and the design of our energy mix to ensure energy security. Energy security is a very fashionable concept right now, but it is very important. We want to have nuclear power in Poland so that a nuclear power plant would be the base for this energy mix. In some components, in the transition period towards nuclear energy, gas was commonly accepted as a transition source of energy. But we keep hearing more and more often that we will be able to provide financing for gas as a fossil fuel until the end of 2026 or August 2025, depending on the funds. So this imposes additional restrictions and limitations, and it builds a number of investments that will be developed. So we need to modify this plan very strongly. You have briefly mentioned hydrogen. Indeed, it is this energy carrier and this energy source that we will focus on. We are lagging behind with regard to hydrogen technologies. I don't know if we can make up for this lost time, but we have to do all we can to implement investment projects, investing in our own technology, and investing in technology would then translate into other actions that will implement this technology into reality. I mentioned gas and hydrogen. If we look at the funding that we will receive, there is REQ 2020-2023. It is a financial instrument that is supposed to act as a cushion to absorb all these post-pandemic ramifications. There will be 2 million euros for hydrogen technologies. As for the National Recovery and Resilience Plan for 2021-2027, we will have 32 billion euros to invest in those two technologies. Funds from the EU ETS, which will certainly have to be revised, as mentioned by Ms. Anna Moskva multiple times, that the current principles of the ETS make it a speculation system, only generating profit for those trading in it. However, the funds from the current system will flow to us via the Modernization Fund and the Energy Transition Fund. In total, about 85 billion euros. So when we add up all these amounts, it will be about 300 billion euros of funds for investments in gas and hydrogen. This is also a challenge for the maritime industry. We were talking about bunkering of LNG and hydrogen. Poland is the third largest hydrogen producer in Europe. However, it's mostly grey hydrogen, it's not green hydrogen. Yet, we need to do all we can to try to utilize the hydrogen that we already have, that we already produce, and to use it as an energy carrier in the entire energy transition process. So the funds are there, the programs are being already initiated by the National Fund later this year and in the beginning of next year, and this is the moment to sit down with the maritime industry and discuss where in the hydrogen transition program for the economy we can find components of investing in maritime economy, whether it will be the new energy program. We may try to earmark funds for technology development and then rationalize operational activities related to the use of various energy carriers. Thank you very much. At some point we were talking about 2 billion, right? REQ, yeah, it was 2 billion euros. Yes, it is an optimistic a piece of information. So the ship owners should try to acquire these sources of funding. So the money is there. You just need to reach out for it. And there have to be departments and companies looking for funding for the projects. At one of the congresses, I had a presentation, and one of my examples was the money received by the UK together with France when the UK was leaving the EU. So they took some funds, they received some funds to modernize the ferries between Calais and Dover. So you need to reach out for those funds even until the very last moment. If I may invite, ask a question to Mr. Meshal Al-Mufadi. As I have mentioned earlier, he is General Manager of Transport Studies and Economics at the General Transport Authority in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
We have pleasure to welcome you in Poland. I have some questions to you also. Could you tell us about the activities of your kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the green transformation in maritime shipping? And a little bit, if possible, about the sustainable Saudi vision of reduction of greenhouse gases. Please.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here in Poland, and thanks for inviting me. And well, let me start with the vision of Saudi Arabia, starting from the national vision of 2030, which has been cascaded along different sectors in the kingdom. And one of them is the transport sector and logistics. There are a number of mega projects, small projects, medium projects, covering different elements in the sustainability pillars. And if we focus on the environmental aspect, there are a number of projects that's already started and going on in the kingdom. There are also many initiatives focusing on improving the environmental impact, reducing the emission of CO2. There are Saudi Maritime environmental initiatives, which is to implement the international agreement and commitments and to ensure that is fully implemented and enforced within the maritime sector. Also, we have a number of strategies, as I mentioned, and one of them is the national environment strategy, and also Saudi Green initiatives. Those are on a national level on different sector, but also there are parts of it focusing on the maritime sector. Also, there are regional programs that are focusing on implementation of framework for an action for marine plastic litter, as well as the Middle East green initiatives. There are also global engagement for sure with the IMO and other organizations. There are global programs that Saudi already engaged in, the Global Coral Reef R&D Accelerator platform, as well as the implementation framework for action maritime plastic litter. As mentioned also, that Saudi Arabia also signed an agreement with the ICPP, which is International Convention for Prevention of Pollution, to improve the situation in the maritime sector in regards to environmental impact.
Thank you very much. What about the thinking about the main problem, which I talk with others about the opportunities and challenges in this green transformation, from your point?
Well, I think always there is opportunities and comes with it challenges as well. There are opportunities to improve the sector, maritime sector, because there has been, I think, quite a good work that has been implemented in the world, in some countries around the world. I think now having, active engagement with IMO, which allows us to share experience and challenges together and share how different countries solve one issue, which accelerate the environmental impact improvements. I think what we need to make sure and pay attention to is that after COVID, companies, they are struggling. I think when it comes to opportunities, there are opportunities, but there are challenges now after COVID, post-COVID. You see the prices of maritime shipping is increased in a very rapid phase in the last year and last 6 months in particular. We can see that there are opportunities, but there are also challenges because of cost. Companies are always trying to reduce costs, but when it comes to talking about something else that may require cost, companies will reluctant to apply. But I think there are ways of increasing the awareness of environmental related initiatives and projects for the companies. Also, there is a higher return for the companies in particular areas if those companies are supported with initiatives and funding.
Thank you very much. Drodzy Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen,
moje pytania są jeszcze liczne, ale
I have numerous questions left, but I would also like to refer to the statements made by the
Na
organizers.
pewno wyzwania związane z
Certainly, challenges related to climate and environmental protection are becoming new opportunities in all areas of the maritime economy. It is a fact. This discussion and previous discussions are proof of that. In all of those discussions, the issue of green transition has been emphasized. Green transition also brings a number of opportunities and challenges for the maritime business through new technologies. We are talking about wind farms, about OPS, cold ironing, short-side supply, green hydrogen,
statków albo przemysłu przez wodór wytwarzany
providing hydrogen to vessels or to the industry,
elektrowni wiatrowych.
hydrogen that is produced from renewable energy. And we need a change in attitudes of many stakeholders in the maritime industry. Polish ports, but also Danish ports, the Saudi ports, all are aware that the green transition has come, and they are all taking steps to enter this business, which is related to both opportunities and challenges. It is important to generate a new sustainable market of port and transport services. It is a challenge, of course. And certainly all these works on the EU package of climate proposals, they have to be made in such a way that they are beneficial to the maritime economy. I think this would be a good statement for the end, for conclusion of this panel. I would like to thank you all for your attention. I would like to thank our panelists for their interventions, and thank you very much.
Ponieważ wiem, że jeszcze nas słychać.
Ladies and gentlemen, since I know that we are still being heard on the live stream, this was the last panel of today. Green transition in the maritime economy, challenges and opportunities, moderated by Krzysztof Kołwzan, the head of the IMO Center in Poland, and the participants of the discussion were Mr. Łukasz Grańk, CEO of the Seaport Authority in Gdańsk, Mr. Paweł Mirowski, Deputy CEO of National Fund for Environmental Protection, Mr. Bogdan Ołdakowski, Secretary General of Baltic Ports Organization, Dennis Yul Pedersen, Director General of Port Esbjerg, and Dr. Michel Al-Mufadi, Director General for Department of Studies in Transport and Economics from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And tonight at 8:15 p.m. we will have an artistic performance of the evening. Thank you very much.